because of it.
All right, we are here today to tackle Sebastian's demons, which we didn't know were actually really demons. Well, not real demons per se, but physically manifested terrible creatures that may or may not have once been children. So you guys have entered into the facility. You have, despite being a bunch of jocks, have done some technical things to progress. You turned the power on, impressively.
Finwith clicked the button.
Yeah. Then, failing to use the computer, you guys decide to beat a door down instead.
It worked though, so it doesn't matter.
It
only cost us 2 points of paranoia.
Now, just Sebastian might be terrified if people are in the room with him. You know, little sacrifices to be made.
So as you guys gaze past this now ruined entryway into this part of the facility, I guess I can remove that on the map now. As not to elude or deceive you guys into thinking there's actually anything there in the middle there. There's not. The rest is the training facility, which I did not bother making a map for because it would be too convoluted. But you guys come across a long, a set of stairs that kind of descends into this long chamber, and to the left and right you see a variety of these strange little chambers with glass over the top. Many of the chambers are open, the doors swung slightly ajar, and there is a big blue monitor kind of in the background that has, status at the top, and it gives a variety of numbers associated with each of these pods, and all of them say malfunction in big red letters. The lights in this room are off. It seems to be powered under some kind of emergency backup. So as you guys kind of walk in here, it's a bit dim and hard to see for those who do not have specialized.
Groovy had a coronary.
No, that was Val.
That was Val.
Oh.
Sorry, I was about 2 sentences behind in lag. So I was thinking if that was going to fix it. Please continue telling me what things Finwith can't read on these monitors.
Fortunately, there's not too much on the big monitor. You see a bunch of big red numbers, and it kind of sticks out. Anyone who's
red does normally mean bad.
Yeah, it usually does. Or delicious, depending.
Unfortunately, letters aren't edible, and nothing in this building has seemed particularly delicious, so he's going to be inclined to think red is bad.
Very fair statements. So, as you guys are kind of looking around, you also see there's a variety of equipment in this room. Some technological machines that you don't know their proper function. Off in a corner, you also see one table that has these strange kind of circlets on it. Some kind of wire twisted thing with these strange lights but hard boxes attached to them. And there's also several other of those monitors in this room as well, like like an office space where someone would work. And yeah, beyond that, there's nothing that sticks out to you guys, at least beyond that. There's a very strong, almost formaldehyde kind of smell.
Whatever formaldehyde is.
Formalin. A close cousin. Which, by the way, also reeks.
Is it the entire room that smells like it, or does it seem like it's coming from somewhere?
It's kind of like an ever-present in the room, but it's very light.
Luckily, he's not in a shift with a sensitive nose at the moment. Does kind of click over closer to one of the weird tubes.
The weird tube is open, and there seems to be some kind of liquid running along the bottom of it.
So, did we touch anything?
As we look back, and Sebastian's around the
At the-
corner. Okay.
Well, he's looking in from the doorway, but tread carefully as he kind of tentatively steps in, just keeping some distance, but he's looking around.
I mean, I'm just saying I made it work last time, but fair. He just steps over whatever gross fluid and continues to nose around, seeing if there's any other way in or out of this room, or if this is just it.
This chamber has 14 of these pods.
How many of them are open?
All of them.
Mm.
And the screen in the back says they all had some kind of malfunction.
Okay. And how many of those things have we killed so far?
I don't know. How many do you guys remember?
Let's
know
see,
that you
there's the one
memorized
baseball slat into the back.
If you have
Other
memorized,
one-
you're definitely free to roll it.
That is a 90.
Okay. You have dealt with 7 creatures up to this point. You dealt with the first one you guys ever met that came out of the cafeteria. You guys dealt with the second one that suddenly burst into the hall the first time. You dealt with the meat wall, if you're counting that one. And then the 4 that popped out after that.
Was Finwith actually counting?
Yeah, Finwith is over there going, alright, it's the one that we splat into the wall.
We've
And then
killed
there was
7.
the actual wall. And then there was, 4 in the hall?
As you're in the middle of counting, we've
Let's
killed
see.
7.
I was close. I just hadn't got to that one yet. He puffs up a little.
And if you guys remember, there was that report you guys read at the very beginning. I said there were about 14 kids who are suffering from some kind of effect.
Yep. Pretty sure I know what room this is.
Honestly, I'll check out the bracelet-looking things.
They're circlets. They go on the head. And looking them over, they have this kind of wire banded between these two kind of solid wire bits. There's this kind of a wire cable, I guess, running between them. And then it's kind of attached to this large box that's very light, but you can feel it's very hard.
And these aren't attached to the machines at all or anything like that.
Nope, they just seem to be. There's several of them just sitting on this table.
Alexei will sheath the katana and kind of like just kind of scratching the back of his head as he's like looking through this room.
Has Sebastian ever seen these circlets before or anything like this?
No, mostly because very rarely were any of the children augmented with such a thing. It did occur at least once, but they were a very poor contestant and was knocked out relatively early as far as the rankings were concerned.
Really, for me to really notice them in any regard.
You honestly only just remember that someone wore it, and you remember them being rather unremarkable.
Okay.
You don't even know what gender they are. That's how little you paid attention.
You remember that you don't remember them that hard.
Pretty much, actually, yeah.
Sebastian thing to do.
We'll just put it down as you cataloged it as anyone wearing that thing, chump change, target the wink link.
But you don't recall exactly what theirs looked like.
Yeah.
So if we got half of these things, does that mean the other half are, down the hall where you heard all the noises?
Most likely.
Yeah, I don't think anything's getting out of here. Well, now that we've blown a hole in the top.
There are 5 of these bracelets, by the way, or these circlets, by the way.
And none of the other creatures had anything like this on them.
No.
I mean, if they
None of
did,
them even
I
had
wouldn't be able to tell
clothes.
because they're just flesh blips.
It could have been absorbed and we found it in the remains afterwards.
It's true. You guys didn't dissect any.
Oh man, if only somebody had the medicine skill.
Fenwith is going to decide casually to not take anything from any of those. Throwing that one out there.
Probably fair.
Sebastian does pick up one of the circlets.
Okay.
Just holding it. Is there any reaction or response from it?
No.
I had a weird thought. Like, oh man, wouldn't it be funny if I psychically put one of these on the flesh creature? Wonder what would happen. But I don't know.
I mean, this is a place for experiments. Earn some science skill.
Oh yeah, because we desperately need some science.
And it's better that you're thinking to put it on the flesh things instead of your party members, so the paranoia's not gotten that bad yet. Especially not the fact that most of them would trust you enough to be like, I mean, if you're sure.
He's just holding it is when he thinks back to trying to remember anything. Just not very noteworthy specimen. Just puts it back down.
Alexei will turn to Sebastian. So, would these be the prisons that they were kept in?
I can only assume.
I will make special mention because it hasn't really come up before and you wouldn't probably have thought of it, but you can spend a psychic point to use an ability that you don't have learned, but you have access to. And there are a variety of matrix powers that are available to all psychics.
Oh,
True.
look.
You can see psychic things.
I could cast Matrix stuff like Morpheus or Neo. All the Matrix characters I remember.
I mean, the rest were kind of unremarkable, so.
True. Okay. Yeah, sense matrices. I'm certain if I roll well, this will be a fun time. I will do that, actually. It sounds like a really good idea. I forgot that was a thing I could do.
I'm aware, which is why I mentioned it. You could have used it on many of the things up until this point. Granted, you're not trained in it, so it costs you a psychic point every time you activate it.
But also, we're kind of close enough that there's some dudes in that hallway. Maybe I can sense them if I roll well. We shall see.
Also, if you do have errant psychic points that you don't have pre-set out for, other more magnetically charged abilities, you can also learn one of these as well.
I have my psychic points all planned out. I would if I could.
It's fair enough.
I knew of the Matrix powers. I forgot they existed too. But I will use sense matrices.
He's too busy min-maxing his way to electric godhood.
Anyway, so go ahead and make a potential roll.
Ooh, that's pretty nice.
Oh yeah, I can forget how to play psychics now.
That is going to be hell yeah,
You never know,
187.
you might play another one.
So that is
Oh,
800 feet range, and I can notice which discipline a psychic has affinity with.
Man, would that have been so much useful in the last few chambers?
Probably.
And possibly in future ones, cough cough.
I know.
But okay. Due to the grasp of your detection, one, you detect three incredibly powerful. No, you detect. Yeah, technically, you detect three incredibly powerful psychics. Within that range, one has access to cryomantic powers.
Oh, really? No.
One has access to pyromantic powers. The last one's different, though. There's some disturbances in it. It seems to have it doesn't seem to have a particular affinity, but yet it has sensations that relate to a bunch. Not that it's like a psychic that has multiple affinities, I might add. This seems a lot messier than that. But you only detect three other psychic matrices within this point. As you're focusing your psychic powers at this moment, you detect something odd. The psychic energy that kind of laces around your fingers, which you see as these kind of threads, disperse at your fingertips holding the circlet.
Huh.
Like it has some kind of field that repels psychic abilities.
Just looking at it. Also, quick question, just in case. For the stuff in the Matrix power table, do I get everything underneath what I rolled?
Yes.
Okay. Specifically, I want to know either for the easy or the difficult. Over in that room where it's like just dark, can I tell if that's a power, like a psychic power, or is that a just the lights are turned off, like a normal
Yes. You detect a massive web of psychic ability coming from that room. It seems to have the what's it called? I want to say it's the probability matrix.
or causality.
Causality, it might be.
Can
Yeah.
you undo other people's psychic powers?
Destroy matrices.
Okay.
That was part of my plan.
Oh,
You could have done that to a lot of rooms, I think.
I did. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, I could have done that on some rooms that could insta-kill us, but
That's, you know what, there's a MacGuffin in the bathroom, so we just have to end the pH swap on that one, and we'll get the MacGuffin. We'll be all
yeah,
powerful.
that's what corrupted all these things. Just a bad pH level.
And speaking of, now that you're kind of tuning into it, this is your first time really utilizing this power in this way.
Yeah.
As you kind of detect these matrices, and they kind of become apparent to you anyway, this whole facility has matrices running through it. Some in lesser concentrations than others. But even here, you see strange strands that vibrate in a way that makes you think they're causality based, even flow through this room.
But as he is holding these, he's going to just kind of start bundling them up and put them in some spot in his long coat that he can easily access.
How many do you take?
All of them.
Okay.
He doesn't explain anything to you guys. He just starts packing them, so they're next to his bell or something. After staring at it for a good few seconds.
Well, Anastasia is there and does see this.
Then there is an eyebrow raised.
It's not acknowledged.
Is everything okay?
Everything's fine. As he keeps packing them.
Not making eye contact.
He's actively not making eye contact. He even takes a few steps away from you as you say that.
And this table, by the way, is near the desk that has the monitor at it as well.
No, Anastasia will check out around it since he has no idea how these weird light boxes work.
Okay. There is a strange device attached to it. A kind of ovalish device that's segmented. Along with that, you also see a keyboard that you guys recognize from the one on the ship, as well as the one you guys were at before.
Finwith has no idea what to do with that, and has instead shifted over, seeing the two of them for a moment before he's. So do you know what the rings do, or?
He pauses, kind of looks up at you.
Tilts head. Creepy owl eyes adjust.
He gives you a very long, analytical stare.
It's okay, he's actually just kind of shifts off for a moment, then back to you, unsure.
I need art of Finwith in Screech Owl mode. I need this. It's happened too frequently now.
It just gets the weird answer, just all of the feathers just kind of slim down and tighten back to him. Alright. Awkwardly shuffles
All right,
away.
keep your secrets.
Nervous, little talon ticks on the tile.
He kind of exhales a bit, as he goes back to fastening the last one.
The screen on this monitor, does it look similar to, as far as any screen mess up like in the observation room?
The screen is currently off on the monitor. The only thing that you notice is that on this two monitor top, there is a small light at the bottom.
Why not? Curiosity killed the cat. Let's see if there's anything I can do around that light area.
Okay. There's a button there appears, and when you do, you see a light kind of appear for a moment before the monitor dies.
Is the light still on?
No, it is now off.
Okay. Pushes button again.
You do so. The monitor kicks up, a light goes on, the screen turns a different shade of black, and then you see in this strange font ENS underscored, and then it kind of fades and the screen is just black.
Do any of those letters make sense to you? Looks at Sebastian.
I do not know how these things work.
But do the letters mean anything?
I don't think they would, right? He just kind of shakes his head a bit, like, no.
Guess it's useless, and looks at the small round of the oval device and just moves it slightly before walking off.
As you do so, the screen suddenly shifts, turns on.
It's a fucking screensaver.
yeah.
I love being stupid Vikings, an ancient vampire, and a traumatized man-child in a fantasy world with computers. Our greatest enemy. Fuck D&D indoors. It's Anima and computers.
It is Anima and computers, right? Like, how do we get by this? Did you invest in
What
science?
is the
No, why
strange
would
panel by the door?
As you do so, there is a screen, and there's a box in the middle of the screen. It's got a bunch of text on it, and it has like this flashing indicator at the end of the text, and it seems to be some kind of writing. It's all in Latin, so you understand it. From the amounts that you can read, it says, I've been tweaking the psycho inhibitors to see if this can alleviate some of the anomalous amounts of stress and fatigue being placed on the subjects. I've amped them up slightly, so this might interfere with some of the testing results. I'll go and speak to Kewen after this to see if I can get permission to start some initial tests. Some of the lower ranking subjects would do. It ends with a period, and then there's just this flashing indicator or something.
What's it say? What's it say?
He reads it out to you.
Pretty much nothing came from it. He just nods. Alright, so I don't think that really helps with much, does it?
The name is in the chat.
Does Kewen ring a bell?
No. The only names you knew were numbers.
Sure, doesn't mean he couldn't have heard a name in passing or anything like that.
There
It's
will be
fair.
no humanizing staff to these traumatized experimental children, thank you.
He gets another shake of his head.
Well, I mean, if he works here, it's pretty easy. Find him, break knees. Done.
You're
Can't hear you.
quiet
Going
to
quiet
us
again.
now. It's not you, it's the mic.
Yep, unfortunately.
Alright,
better.
well, we heard that.
Well, maybe there's something in here that might be useful then. Since
Oh, well, He said he could use the rings.
Well, let's hope they're
So
able
I
to be
guess
useful.
Hmm.
well, if we got what we got out of here, then I guess we gotta probably go deal with the rest of those things.
There's doors like on the prison tubes, right?
No, the top of these tubes are swung ajar. Allowing one access in where you can see the small trail liquid at the bottom.
Hmm. Do they have any like damage on them or anything?
Surprisingly, no.
Is it? He'll turn to Sebastian. As these were the places where they kept the people, is it possible that these might be able to stop what they can do? He points to the individual like
Uh,
tops.
I believe I already have that capability to do so. These rings do that.
Oh,
And
so
as
you
he
can
he tugs his coat a little more protectively over them.
so like with the swords then, so you can just move them and put them on them.
We will see. There are 3 powerful psychics to where we're going. I
By
might
the
be
way,
able to be on them.
How can
are
you
you
move 'em?
maintaining this ability? I believe
So
you have
that's-
at least one innate slot.
Oh, I have plenty of innate slots.
Oh, I'm sorry, one free innate slot.
I only use one with floating constantly, so I have 3 others.
So are you maintaining it then?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a good
so
thing to know.
though, if they stop powers like yours, then can you use your power on them? If you can't, then you would have to get up to them to put them on and touch them.
He's gonna test to see if he can like psychokinetically move these things at all.
Oh, and I was mistaken. You cannot maintain a temporary access power.
Oh, okay. Well, then he at least knows what's ahead. At least roughly what he
And
can
so, that aside, you want him to move one of these devices?
He wants to see if he can.
Okay. First of all, roll potential.
Of course.
Just want to see if you botch.
Nope.
Then you're fine.
No brain melt.
They weigh almost nothing. They're very light.
Can move.
When you attempt to do so, you find your control over these are somewhat limited. They you can still do it, but it just seems a lot less finite, or a lot less. You have a lot less control over it than you normally would.
Fuck. That actually is an issue.
You could still use this to put it on something's head. That's not the.
Yeah, he was gonna tactically plan, which probably would have been some like finesse, which is gonna be a little lost, sadly.
Imagine like.
You just have mental butterfingers.
Kind of. Imagine like it's just like an ice level in any game. It's like whenever you move, it just moves a little further than you want, or
Yeah,
it spins uncontrollably.
Notices this and just kind of like tenses a bit more.
Could try practice playing ring toss on your ally. Just kidding.
Finwith does like fluff up just a little bit and like glances over towards the door when he sees you tense.
I will say if you attempt to use these, you suffer a negative 20 to your projection.
That's helpful. Or like to just put them on someone.
Yeah. So essentially, if your action was to place it on someone, it would be considered like a grappling check normally, only with no penalty for grappling because psychic. But minus 20 because this device specifically seems to repel your psychic ability.
Okay. Well, I have something I'd like to do, DM. I need your help with it.
Okay.
I would like to make some sort of check to see if Sebastian's logic can take over his extreme paranoia right now.
Sure, go ahead.
I'd say tactics roll.
Yeah, you can make a tactics.
$208.
208. All right. So you're thinking about this situation. You remember the threads kind of going through this entire place, and it dawns on you. You don't know why you didn't see this before, but you were not getting paranoid until you were here. This whole like apprehension you feel, this whole you're surprised you let yourself get this kind of emotionally out of control by Sebastian terms, which is
any.
quiet anxiety, but and you feel like this is messing with you, and it could be caused by being in this place. Nonetheless, you acknowledge that a lot of this is a subconscious thought, and thus, if you're not focusing on it, you might slip into this state of paranoia. If only there was some way you could prevent yourself from being affected by this place.
Wonder.
Don't have any cool epiphanies yet. Hold on, I need to tell my wife to stop screaming.
I'm trying to have an epiphany right now. Doing the whole Jimmy Neutron think. I destroy matrices myself. No. Fuck, I have no idea.
Sebastian just gets in. That's it. I'm done. Self-destruct.
Just explodes. Just into dust. What?
If only there was something that could help repel the ambient psychic matrices in this area.
Oh, fuck. I have an idea now. Okay. I'm probably not going to like this, and I hope this is what you're hinting at. Sebastian's going to put one of these on.
Okay. You put one of these on. At first, you don't really take notice of it. But then you realize your anxiety is dropping dramatically than it was before. At least for the moment, you no longer have your severe paranoia or fear.
Takes just a long, deep breath, holds it, exhales, opens his eyes, and just... I'm going to need you to take one of these. As he passes them out.
Takes
Alexi will take one.
to put them on the things, but you could move it. And
No. With any sort of finesse. If I'm going to do something, I would like to do it subtly. You all fight up close, you might be able to do it. However, there's something I should inform you all of. I'm uncertain of how much this is noticed, but this facility is taking quite a toll on my mental state. I'm finding it harder and harder to trust you all. I assume this is because of the psychic energy that is going through this place.
Gemma just kind of like looks at Alexei and then to Anastasia before he just looks back at Sebastian. I mean, yeah, of course the place is gonna get to you. Like, a lot of bad stuff happened here, and you had to run away from it. And even when you got away, you weren't really away from it. So it's okay that it was bothering you. I'm glad you noticed something else messing with you, though.
That does explain a little bit. I just figured that we were in areas that were bad memories for you. I didn't realize that it was because of this place entirely.
Yeah, don't beat yourself up about it.
There's something else. Wearing this device gives you some kind of strange static in your brain. Imagine wearing sound-canceling headphones, but for your brain.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, as much as this is helping you have clarity of thought, this is also inhibiting your own psychic abilities. While wearing this headband, you get a plus 20 to your psychic resistance. Anyone who does, actually, gets a plus 20 to their psychic resistance. But your psychic potential is reduced by 20.
If anything, I would recommend you all at least wear it. If you have no psychic abilities, it will not impact you, but it will help. It will make things harder to affect you. Though,
What's more important? Making them worse, or do you think they can affect us?
I would assume wearing it up till that point would be effective.
So swap if we think we need to?
Yes. Use at your discretion. Or if I mention that there might be a good use for it. And then,
Due to your tactics roll, you know, placing these on something else would inhibit their psychic abilities, but a 20-point difference, or
that's not much.
how your esoteric knowledge of how this would affect it would be, they'll still be able to use their abilities, they'll just be slightly weaker.
What if
Yeah,
you
it's
put
not
all
much.
5 on someone?
Now that's a good question.
Do it stack though?
You can try.
Sebastian puts another on.
Do the fuzzies get worse?
You find it hard, as the placing of this device seems to be important, placed around
Shit.
the temple area. The box specifically does not sit appropriately.
Okay. Damn.
So unless they've mutated to have extended temples,
They have
Or
huge
multiple
foreheads.
heads.
like code
Oh,
heads.
no. I have
It's
expanded
that's
my
the
brain.
boss battle mechanic.
Sebastian.
We've already figured it out. You
Ah,
gotta stack all
perfect.
5.
More
Then it
temple
becomes-
room.
Yeah.
Actually play ring toss, just toss it on them, spins around their head.
It's stupider with each one.
But
No,
he,
when you suggest it though, or tell them that they probably should, Finn just shrugs, flips it around, and nestles it on.
Alexa, you'll trust his judgment. Put it on.
Fortunately for the Vikings, with massive heads, seems to be some kind of adjustable form of it, so you can, with some tinkering, get it to actually fit on your head.
It's for all of this intelligence score.
and actually, it is not visible, but Anastasia, you wear it under your helmet. They don't know. You got a stealth circlet now.
Unfortunately, wearing it would inhibit his use of the helmet.
Ah, shit.
Tries to put it on, it's not going on fully. I
Damn.
don't think this will work. Just
Tries to put the helmet back on, it just keeps catching on shit.
Prepare to use it as a weapon then. Finally, I am going to have to take this off. And so I need 2 things from you all. I'm going to be put back into a paranoid state, and I need something to help work against it. I need all of your assurance that I can trust you, and I need all of your assurance that you will not use this thing on me unwillingly.
Got it.
Agreed.
Of course.
Hopefully that helps.
Again, tactics
he
roll.
removes it.
You know that the supreme amount of paranoia, cough, the fear check, would inhibit you more than just wearing this bracelet or this circlet would do.
Mainly his thing is the moment he takes it off, he's going to feel more paranoid. And he wants something to, like, be able to keep some hold of himself. So he can at least be like, no, they promised me. And at least try to find a small rock to hold on to in his paranoia.
Okay.
Oh, shit. It's 97 for an open roll, right? Or not? Is it 95?
For what are you rolling?
I rolled a tactics, like you said.
Tactics.
Yeah.
No. I said based on the tactics you had rolled
Oh,
earlier.
I think you said make a tactics. I'm sorry.
No. Based on the tactics you had rolled earlier, taking this off will probably inhibit you more than leaving it on. Because even though it does reduce your potential, you're more effective when you're more clear of mind. As in the negative 40 for a fear check, for the fear state anyway, will inhibit you far more than that plus 20 to your potential would really help.
Yeah. Then he does keep it on, but he still takes that, all of what you've said. It's kind of like nodding, just, hopefully that will help. And he just, there are 3 powerful psychics in our way. And as well, that darkness that is in the room is a psychic ability. I can end it.
Before you do that, do you want me to scout ahead, seeing if there's anyone close, or we would have to make our way to them? Because I can do that.
You are able to see in the dark, and you can make yourself undetectable in there. I would suggest it, but tread very lightly. I am unsure if they have any abilities that could sense you regardless. Take extreme care.
You were also telling us about what they might be able to do.
Pyrokinesis, cryokinesis, and I am unsure. Seems like a lot. Not a normal psychic.
Could you sense how far they were?
Within 800 feet. But it seems they're in the direction we need to head.
There seems to be a trace of a smile on Alexi's face. He's like, a fellow master of ice. And then there's kind of like a grimace as he remembers the blobs that they fought here. And kind of shakes his head.
If anything, I can. First sign of seeing something move, I can make my way back.
That's a good idea. I trust you to use your better judgment.
Alright then. He will first attempt to stealth, and then turn himself into intangible mist.
Okay. You do so after spending the prerequisite amount key.
And I need to make a stealth roll, right?
Yes.
And that is a 114 stealth.
Okay, good to know. Is that including the bonus for your shadow?
That was not counting the bonus from the shadow.
Shadow is amazing for stealth things.
Oh, I bet. I don't remember the exact bonus, but I know it's pretty good. Or at
It's a
least
plus
very
30,
helpful.
plus 30 in dark rooms.
That's pretty good.
So that would be a 144 then.
Okay, good to know.
Alright, blends into the shadows and slowly makes his way into down the hall. into one of the rooms.
Okay. What is the maintenance on the ability, and how long can you maintain it?
Maintenance on Ether is 1 power, 1 willpower.
So 2 per.
Oh shit, that's pretty good.
So you would be spending 20 key per minute.
How much key points you got?
50 total.
How much? Okay.
It'd be best used when you plan on using the Ethereumness, rather than as a constant, keeping it up.
Unless you're running from a vampire lord, then it's
very good, and it's a great use. Though actually, Sebastian will try something. As you're getting ready to go in, if you're just going to sneak in normally, he's going to use organic psychokinesis. He's not going to move you. He's going to keep a hold on you, and if something goes bad, you give a warning sign, he can yank you out. At least
you know
some
that
maybe
if she breaks if he breaks line of sight, you can't use the ability.
Ah, damn, never mind them.
But we do still have the earrings, so he can let you know what he finds.
I forgot we had those. That's a good idea.
The
It's
other
been a
party
while.
certainly
You might
doesn't
want
need
to check
them.
your inventories.
I will check my inventory now. I refuse to do so when we start.
Poor Doc's
I
just sitting
loathe
back.
you. I mean, everything about you in general, as we've covered, but
Oh shit, I have a lawbringer? That's cool.
Oh, at first, I was like, is he legitimately serious? And I was like, no, he's just fucking around.
guys, we almost forgot the most important piece of equipment. I have a staple remover
Oh hell yeah.
that I don't know removes staples.
Quick, for a quick little morale check, make a little mouth. Chop it up and
Alexi,
down.
Alexi still has a healing potion, by the way.
Oh shit.
I think we all do.
It shardoled out if the healing potions to all of us before we left.
Arthur used one when you're in the forest, so.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was the one I was accounting for, was the one from the forest.
But you would have made sure everyone had at least one.
Fair.
He will save his ether for running if something spots him. Make sure you got the earring. I never got
Big
the
brain thoughts. Can I adjust the circlet to fit into the helmet with my staple remover?
No.
Damn.
It would have to be a masterwork staple remover. At least a +2. Or in this quality +10.
He pauses for a minute. Did we ever get the other ring back?
The ring that tests if you're healthy?
Yes.
I assume we did. Sebastian had it, so
Well, I mean, fucking Doc doesn't want to share that with nobody anymore. Ugh. Think throws it.
Yeah.
It's not like
So,
Sebastian realizes they're like meant to look like wedding bands.
I don't know what a wedding band is.
It's actually just miles away. Doc is just feeling Sebastian going through mental distress.
That's a really elevated heart rate. What's going on?
No, he doesn't care what's going on. He's just like, oh, I had this on still. Throws in the trash.
But
Here, Serena, you care about people. No, that would make her worried. He's just gonna throw it in the sewer.
But I
That
assume
would
we
make
have the
her
wedding
anxious,
band.
and that would make Doc anxious, I imagine.
We have both the wedding band and the earrings, I assume. But
Figured I'd ask.
I forgot we had them, so thank you.
Other important things that we shouldn't forget that we have the purity canteen.
Yep, it's on me.
Of course, we all know that we have the lamp. Like, that's been practically the mascot of the party forever.
Our dream share, creepy purple lamp. The oil canteen. Potion of life. Beast hunter's badge. Some general field dress tools, a small tent, some bedrolls. My supernatural devourer. My trusty staple remover. And all of my totems that we can't forget. My Ishtar scale totem, the Bloodvine bracelet, the Manfetter bone short sword, the Ignis jaw heel brace, the Cerberus three-headed hood, the Demon's kiss pouch, the Pathfinder's walking stick, the True Cerberus Verdra back brace, the Gestal twig charm, the Kongsbjorn eye bone carving, the carved bear skull, the Arctic Chimera snaketail clasp, the Screech owl feathers, the Elder Stag molar, the White Wolf pelt, the Lynx claw necklace, and my handy dandy Wargtooth handle carving knife.
I have a four-person tent and a 3-foot chain
that you will never let anyone share with you.
Does anybody want a heavy waterproof blanket? Maybe that would help with the cryokinesis stuff.
I'm feeling a big no. I'm feeling a big because there's giant fucking shards of ice that we're probably
maybe
just
it's a plus.
through.
Maybe it's a +5 to resistance. You don't know.
Listen, if I want to resist ice, I can change forms. I can also do it with fire.
We also have a gallon of oil. Snowshoes. That might come in handy.
Yeah, well,
A backpack with good equipment for climbing and survival. Almost necessary.
we use it all the time.
5 torches. And yeah.
We don't have to waste time anymore, though. Cameron's back.
Oh yeah, we do have the +5 chainmail, +5 longbow.
Oh yeah, and the longbow.
And halberd.
We also have the dagger we got from the Arctic Chimera.
I have that. Ice dagger.
So that would probably be useful for the pyro one.
Maybe.
Well, the psychics, I don't think they take like any downsides to the opposing.
And I hope it works on Pokemon.
Not usually.
I try to hope
They
that
don't
every
become like
time I play a tabletop game that they work off Pokemon rules. But we can try it. Actually, I want to try this now. I'm really invested on this psychic being weak to ice type attacks.
I do appreciate the diversity of our team, though. It's unfortunate that Anastasia could destroy Sebastian, because Anastasia is clearly a dark type.
I mean, if we're playing a Nuzlocke with our characters, Sebastian's going first. Like, if anyone, he's out.
But I stealth down the hall. After making sure Sebastian and I have the earrings on.
Okay. So you stealth into the first door, I'm assuming?
Yep.
Okay. So you're entering into the dark chamber.
It's where he's best suited. And he's saving up his key for Ether in case something attacks him, so he can just make a beeline out of there.
As you enter in to this kind of part, you see that there is a large variety of open hallways. The roof is incredibly tall here in places, even 50 feet in height. It's kind of like you're inside of a building, which makes sense. But this seems designed to be that way. There are doorways that lead into empty rooms. Some of these rooms have windows pointing out. There's a lot of blind spots here, as there's a lot of intersections, hard corners, all that kind of stuff. And as you're going through, it starts getting really hot. You can feel as the temperature is increasing, and you wouldn't have noticed until you shift against your armor and you feel that the armor has grown incredibly hot. And you hear footsteps.
How's it compared to Wake Hill?
I don't think anything can compare to Wake Hill.
Unfortunately, Anastasia didn't go there, so they can't
Nah,
tell.
he wasn't there for it.
But something seems to be approaching. 1 second.
Immediately picks one of these. Is it coming from a hallway ahead of him or from like one of the side hallways?
A hallway deeper inside.
He will pick a blind spot corner to just hide behind, just as a precaution.
Just for logistics purposes, how long has it been since we fought the creatures around here?
By this point, probably not much longer than like half an hour ago.
Okay.
You take one of the blind spots and you keep a careful eye out around the corner. You see something enter into the hallway. It's this strange black figure, but their form is wavering. It's almost as if they were made of black flames. They're not too tall. Maybe a little taller than Anastasia. Very gaunt skin. You can see almost what appears to be like a withered person beneath this black flame.
Immediately passes that through the earring to Sebastian.
He's edgier than you. He's gotta die.
There can be only
Blood
one.
flames.
Doesn't sound good. If I have to guess, that might be one of the things I've sensed.
And he would ask. He can try to avoid him. And keep going to see in the other rooms. And he seems pretty much you talking that these rooms are connected in some way. So he's pretty much gonna pause for a minute, push himself a bit more against the wall. Is it just wandering aimlessly down the hallway?
It's hard to tell. It's staggering side to side, its hands kind of raised up to its head, holding it. And as you're watching it at this moment, it suddenly turns and motions with a hand, and a large black flame begins to emanate before it chucks the flame near your location, and there's a massive explosion.
Would that be?
I need you to make a defense roll. Because of the close quarters of this zone, if you use dodge, it's going to be at a -20. And I believe because you're an acrobatic warrior, your dodge is higher than your block by, if you're level 8, right?
Yes.
40 points.
Oh yeah, easily.
So
I'm actually like 10 away from it being 100.
it shouldn't be 100. The difference should be your class modifier for your oh, it might be higher actually. Is block a 3 cost for you?
No. I don't think so.
Let me double check. This is weird Anima homebrewed math rules.
It might have been, but it did.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
but
sorry. Yes, block is a 3 cost for you. So your defense is reduced by a third, and then further reduced by 40 points to block. So the minus 20 to your defense is pretty much what you're going to have to take, as you're trying to dodge this explosion.
That is a 268 dodge.
268 with the minus 20.
Yes.
Okay. They got a 251. So, as the explosion goes off, moving at an inhuman speed, you dive out of the window of the room that you kind of ducked behind in, and you see the black flames just kind of over the top of your head. And you're now left in this moment of like, did it see you? Is that why it attacked? Is it attacking randomly? It's hard to say.
Are we aware that an explosion just went off? Or is it dampened enough that we didn't hear anything?
Yes.
I figured this place was pretty solidly fucking built to not clue anybody
No,
into that.
Anastasia
Training
was
facility.
like talking to Sebastian. I assume that was just cut off.
It was the okay. Here's this. There's this. Shit.
Let's go.
Oh yeah, how many signatures are in this facility?
Signatures?
Yeah, as I can
His
sense
key?
for miles and miles.
Oh, right. It's hard to tell. There's something about this that, like, even from key makes it fuzzy. I think you actually asked about this earlier before as well.
I was gonna say, I think the walls dampen it too, or whatever they have going on here.
Well, that was
The
from the
electricity
that's
was-
right. It was from the outside of the facility. You couldn't sense anything.
Mhm.
Inside the facility, it's a slightly different story. Again, it's somewhat hard due to the electricity essentially running through these walls from the multitude of cords and wires and everything like that. You can vaguely sense about as much as Sebastian has confirmed, which is you guys plus the 3 other life forms.
Mhm.
And did Sebastian just say anything about the over the earring?
He does. I mean, he just immediately starts asking if Anastasia is there.
Finn looks immediately fluffed up, eyes adjusting to the dark as he like moves into the doorway, like
How
pokes head in,
long?
like ready for a clue.
How long does it take for Anastasia to respond to his question?
No, it's an instant response, but he's not responding right away because he's looking to see if it's moving in his direction.
As he does not get a response, he quickly is going to spend a second point to end the matricy. That is the darkness.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your potential.
I'm actually going to use 2 things. I'm going to split it like 110 to 10. I want some key for a shield.
Okay.
Psychic
Sure.
first. Sorry.
Anastasia is really inside this thing, so you're not probably going to be attacked like immediately.
That's a good point then. And yeah, he's just going to end the matricy.
Okay.
That's a good. He just basically started going we're going in.
Then there they go.
As he like
Holds the first
takes a
step.
few. I got good old 205. That means very difficult level powers.
It has no effect.
Fuck. That didn't work. Well, can I try again? By doing
Sure.
I'm gonna spend another psychic point, and can I amplify it too with another? Because I'll have like 2 left, but I can do it. I just don't know if I can in the rules. Though, if I can't get it, it's unlikely because I rolled an 85. And I have 120 for my potential.
Yeah, the only limitation is it cannot be maintained. So
Okay.
yeah.
It's a long shot. But I would like to end this thing so we can actually help. Then 2 more psychic points. Alright, this is plus 20. That is worse. Still very, very difficult level.
No effect.
Damn it.
So Anastasia, you're looking around at this thing. It is still approaching you. It is getting increasingly hotter.
And I've ducked into one of the rooms off of the hallway.
Yeah.
Over the earring, you just hear, like, I can't end the effect. I recommend you get out of there.
Will do. And he uses ether, makes his way back.
Okay. As you're going through, you use your ether, and as you're going through, it's strange. You don't remember exactly where you came in from. Roll for me navigation, please.
That is a flat 100 total.
You don't know where you're going. You just go away from this target and you descend further into this training room.
If using the earrings possible, he's like, I don't know where I came in.
Shit. He relays this to the others. What's at least what he's understood is going on. And Sasier's in trouble. They don't know where they are. I cannot end the darkness.
I don't have erudition, so I can't pinpoint where they are either. So
After about a minute or
badly
less.
does it-
Sorry. I'll say you'll probably turn your ability off, so you're going to use 20 points of your key. Well, 20 plus activation cost.
How badly does it limit the night vision from the owl?
It doesn't. That's why Anastasia
Okay.
can see.
Okay. Then yeah. Then with just like it takes a couple steps away from Alexei to see like how far he can see him still. And eventually just kinda like, oh right. Takes cloak, slaps a bit of Cerberus hide like into your hand, and sets off to find Anastasia. Thing flinging fire at him. No.
What about Sebastian?
I can't see in the dark.
is there a humming sound in the room?
Make a perception check. Or sorry, search.
Oof.
Gonna see if it's just inverting light and smash a light above to see if that brightens it in here.
Let's not roll a d12.
Yeah, so
Smash the fluorescence.
You'll fail if you roll D12, guaranteed.
In the D100 system, no. Also, Sebastian can float, so you could literally just grab onto a piece of like hide Like, we both wear furs, so.
This would have a minus 30 if you're untrained, right?
Yes, searching is a trained skill.
Let me double check. I rolled really high, but 65.
Unfortunately, there's a lot going on and you don't think about it. It's if there is one, it's become so innocuous that you just have tuned it out.
All right. Sebastian's going to just grab hold of something farthest away from actual Finwith, like on his furs. Basically, just get dragged along, and as he does so, he's going to use motion detection.
He's got a big hood. You can have the hood.
Yeah. All right. He's going to cast use this psychic motion detection. So if they're moving, he knows where they are.
Okay. Go ahead and roll.
All right. Do I have any bonuses to this? No. All right. Hell yeah. That goes up to a 240. That's a... Let's see. All bodies in motion within the radius has power or fail the required physical resistance check, which is a 240 in a 1,500 foot radius.
Okay.
I know their speed, size, and direction. I just can't distinguish its shape.
Anastasia, make a physical resistance, please.
Please fail this.
Others, you said it was like a 200.
240.
I didn't make that.
Okay. Since you had no warning, you were assaulted by a psychic ability. Granted, you're unaware that it has happened.
But it's a good mix. Now, if you move, I know where you are. And I do know the size of Anastasia from a massive fiery blob thing. So
I guess the rest of us would have to roll as well, wouldn't we?
You guys can choose to fail if he lets you know that he's doing it. But unless any of you have
Sebastian, warn
140
someone.
physical resistance. If you don't have 140 physical resistance, don't bother rolling, you can't make it.
That's fair.
Absolutely not.
I'm so close, though.
In which case, you have the general sense of
this will come up with sustaining the power. He immediately catches where they are, which he's going to point in the basically just guide Finwith in that direction. But that drops down. I have a base of 120, but I do have the amplify sustained power, so that does hop up to a 140. So I have a 150 foot radius that's being maintained.
Okay. You know two sources. You know their size, quote unquote, but not anything as definite as like their exact shape. Meaning, you know, there's two humanoid shapes moving further inside.
But so he's going to guide Finwith to where it is. He's just giving you kind of like directions.
I mean, he's fine with whichever one you're guiding him to, because if you can't tell, either we find an Anastasia and we go, oh, hey, bud, or we find something that's not Anastasia and we go, oh, hey, stab.
So once Anastasia does some fucking dex acrobat shit, I'll be like, the pro one doing a backflip is probably, our Anastasia, not,
the one shambling through the halls.
Yeah. That's not a very Anastasia thing to do.
You could always ask Anastasia to do something to help indicate which of these.
It's just like playing Rust. Hey, is that you? Jump.
It's Anastasia, just like make some sudden jerky movement. I'm tracking your movement.
Crouch.
Okay. Uses the ring to step through a shadow at random.
You detect one of the sources just shifts its direction suddenly without moving.
I assume that's you.
I would
It
hope
makes
so.
no sense to you how it happens.
Are you able to move your... just move supernaturally?
It's moving through the shadows like I have been.
And that's you. And he's going to guide Finwith to that one.
And with goes.
Alright. It doesn't take too long before you approach, and Anastasia, you can see them coming towards you. And Finwith, you can see Anastasia. Alexi, now that you're in this room, it's a little easier to sense this other entity. It's not too far off from your guys' location. And for Sebastian, you can detect this thing moving at a leisurely stroll.
Finwith, meanwhile, is lightly fanning the wings to keep the air moving a little bit because it is hot in here. Uncomfy Viking noises.
All right.
It is hot in here and getting progressively more humid. You can feel the slate rock walls beginning to emanate heat like hot pavement.
All right. Well, Sebastian and Fenwith are leading us to Anastasia. Then clear. The second target is clearly not them.
Yes.
Correct.
We have another one of those things possibly here.
Oh, and I was actually incorrect. You guys don't know how far it is. Your abilities don't permit you to do so. Just that it's within your range.
Sase pauses for a minute, looks back the direction he came from. Does it sound like it's making its way his direction?
Make a search roll.
So, this thing bad enough that I need to, it kind of flips the wings for a moment. Switch out.
You may have to. It is
Give me a
black
second.
fire. And that's a 69 roll.
Nice.
Hey, Sebastian, float a little to the side. You don't want to be near for this.
Yeah.
69,
He
you
moves past
can't
everybody.
hear it.
Oh, no, that was a 69 roll itself. With the roll on top of that, that would be a 104.
Okay. No, you do not hear it at this point. You duck dived away from it, and then you kind of wandered randomly through walls for a minute. So you made probably a fair amount of distance.
There's only the gross noises of wings being pried off before Finwith will accumulate and switch to the Gestalt bark skin.
Do we want to take care of this one now? Or do we want to find whatever's responsible for this darkness first?
If we were to take care of it, it would mainly be you two. Lexi and I are unable to see it.
Oh, well, it's not me anymore. You have to lure it back out into the light or figure out a way.
Anastasia, you notice something interesting that you didn't really notice before. Everyone has light emanating from their mouth.
Oh, you're right, Devin.
Technology, lights reversed.
To add to the strangeness, every time you guys open your mouth, there's light.
Is it safe to assume we can make that logical deduction?
I don't know, can you?
I feel like at least Sebastian would.
Yeah.
Oh, hey.
Because everything else has just been inverse. And he's like, oh.
Just opening your mouth and there's a flashlight.
It's not that severe. By the time
No.
it gets to your teeth, it's almost gone.
Yeah, that's why Finwitz is like, you can see him over there. Well, Anastasia can see him with his hand for a moment, like over his mouth. Like
There has never been a moment where all you guys are in this darkness at the same time, and Finwith has been leading you too. So you guys were looking at Finwith's back this whole time. You guys just didn't notice this before because you'd never had the right circumstance to do so.
True. Well,
So we just gotta break those tube things.
can you see them, Anastasia?
Looks up.
There are these black tubes on the ceiling.
Can you reach it?
So I have a weird
Sword
one.
can.
Alexi's gonna go like this. Does that do anything?
Not significantly enough.
Wait, didn't we have ashes of something? At some point?
I think maybe breaking the lights would like last longer.
Yes, Serena gave you
breaking
the
the
ashes
darks.
of darkness.
Yeah, we have the ashes of darkness too.
Specifically, she gave it to Anastasia.
Alright. How high up does the light look?
50 feet up.
Well, I have an idea then.
Are you just gonna shatter the ceiling?
Oh,
No.
Alexi will just hand you the +5 longbow we have.
That's fair. I was just gonna fucking like just have my sword go up. Just hey, how high is the ceiling? 50 feet. Okay, and just start spinning it like up there, so it doesn't connect with something.
Tink on the hall.
I mean, technically, an area attack does half the penalty.
It'll connect with something.
It already knows we're here, so.
Whatever method you guys decide to do, it's really not hard to break a fluorescent light.
No, it's not.
I was thinking just phase halfway through the wall, whack it, and then come back.
We have a lot of ways we can very unnecessarily extra.
I think
break
it's
this
probably
Yeah.
much funnier if Sebastian just goes, I've got it. A sword just ascends and
Yeah,
So
there's
just knocks into three of them.
a shattering sound, and at least in
He
your
has his
guys'
coat over his head, so nothing like falls on his head.
in your guys' immediate area, it suddenly becomes illuminated.
There's just a shower of little glass shards off the bark.
Any
Oh,
sound like
stuck in.
anything's running our direction from that noise?
You don't hear anything.
Do you see the thing now?
No, it's not where you guys are.
That's fair. That's fair.
Not here yet.
Trust me, if you could see it, it could have seen you.
Yeah. Well, we can see here. So let's see if we can
You
defend.
do
here.
realize, though, that this is only in the area immediately within the range of said broken bulb.
Yeah, you might have to break more further down so we can see it when it comes around. Or, I guess, break more behind us and find a spot.
Well, if you have the bow, Anastasia, just you take the one behind. I'll take the one in front. Start going on a light breaking spree.
He looks at the bow. Just whatever. Hands the bow
Wait,
back.
you guys have arrows?
Shoots his shadow out to shatter it.
Alright.
What was the
Fair.
range of the shadow?
Finn was just over here like, we don't have any arrows for the +5 longbow.
That's fair. Just throw the longbow.
Just throw the fucking bow.
You just pull the string back, and then what you do is you let go of it at once. So then
It's
the
supposed to be
string
aerodynamic,
propels
right?
it.
It's like when you're a kid and you get something stuck in the tree and you're just like,
Just keep throwing sticks at it.
I'm not seeing a range, at least from the description I got from it.
It is a melee ranged weapon.
Yep, good to know. And he will. Is it possible to partially shift through the walls and then back out, or do I have to complete the action to go through the wall?
Full jump.
Alright then.
If you hit the floor, can you just teleport into a shadow? Oh wait, you'll have broken the lights.
Hey, it is possible, though. I am in a shadowed area. I'll just have to make sure to step out of a shadow that's not in the light.
I do have to say, it's not like a bright light where you guys are currently at. It's a rather dim. It's dim light, essentially.
It's light,
'Cause
though.
The other fluorescents are unilluminating your area.
I mean,
Alright then he will jump through the wall at the higher level close enough to the light, send the shadow out to attack it, and if it's allowed, he'll just phase through the shadow on the floor and then walk out of a shadow normally.
Okay. Unfortunately, so this is for the sake of a combat round. You can use the shadow to jump once in the round, more or less. Which means after you're done moving, you fall 80 feet in a round. So you would fall and hit the floor. What you can do is acrobatics, which is what you're particularly really good at.
Oh yeah, it's a narrow
Yep.
hallway. You can just hop a foot, hop a foot, hop a foot, do the cool parkour shit up.
Can we just parkour up to the light then?
Then just parkour.
Well, I mean, you could jump and then just use the walls to fall safely. However you want to do it, you can do it.
Alright, he will acrobatics his way down then after attacking the light.
Okay. What's your
And-
acrobatic score? Just tell me what the score is itself.
The score itself is 150. That's counting the minus 15
Okay,
from the armor.
You unless you botch, you can't fail, preventing you the damage. So
Congratulations, you're sick as shit.
you teleport,
Sebastian's gonna-
destroy the light, slide on the wall, kick off, slide, and
You're
remove
not
your momentum.
absurdly sick as shit yet, though.
Not there yet, we're getting
180. Then you can be absurd.
Sorry, and what was Sebastian doing?
He's just gonna area attack. He's gonna take down as many lights as possible. This shit gonna be bright.
Okay.
Yeah, when we kill the fucker behind it all, this shit's gonna be dark.
Yeah,
We have a lamp.
But
that's
you will
fine.
be able
That's-
to use a light to illuminate it.
Yep.
that's someone else's problem. Wait a minute. If we have an unlit lamp, would that light it?
No, because it does not project darkness.
Doesn't?
Should have just picked up one of those
It does now.
lamps in Moth before we left.
Coincidentally,
should've.
darkness and light magic is probably fucky as hell here.
Yeah, just breaking a fuck ton of them with the sword. Just a lot of noise, a lot of fluorescent, just rain they have to deal with.
So you clear out this particular hallway. This facility is massive, and you know, as you created at least some haven of light, respectively, you have only gotten your immediate area essentially fixed.
That was his plan, at least. Like, we want to try to. If we're gonna fight this thing, let's fight it somewhere we can actually see it.
Well, if you're trying to set this up as the area you guys want to fight, then you guys have some time before it arrives, probably.
He does make special mention that it looks under the flames. It looked like it might have been charred. Any visual appearance it had, he would make sure everyone was aware of.
Okay. So, I have a thing I could use. Who here has some pretty shit fire armor? Because I can use psychokinetic armor. It's the
Not
thing
I,
can do.
said the fly.
I've got a 5 heat.
Oh, mine's not bad. I have 2.
Mine's not crazy, but I also have the damage reduction. So
Well, you seem to be the most, 2 is much worse than my 4. So you're gonna get psychokinetic armor on you. You get 4 armor. Just, I mean, you know how it works. Use this all the time. But I can give you up to, not the fucking 8 that you could give, but
I mean, she was meant to support, so
true.
fair.
What? Oh, this is the first, I think, like, support psychic ability I've casted.
Character growth.
Character growth.
All right. So, as you guys are prepped, it starts getting hotter and hotter as it gets.
Alexia will accumulate once.
Approximately 120 degrees Fahrenheit in here.
sounds comfy.
Unless you have
Sounds like hell.
resistance to extreme temperatures or extreme heat, you're suffering a -10 all action penalty.
Oof.
I believe I said in the wake that the combo of the fire armor and the damage reduction counts for that, or no?
No, we were being saved by magic at the time.
It was helping you walk easier, but this is a difference of like just general humidity and like the air is hot and anything. Because like armor protects against severe heat, but like so does an oven mitt.
No, I get you. We're just gonna have to fucking kill something fire one of these days that
Gives you
doesn't
the resistance.
go unhinged. Fucking Ignis. Yeah, because I have outright immunity if I use the Ignis.
Yep.
And I get regen. It would be
But-
healing me by being hot.
You guys see a flaming individual, now in normal flames. Or no, actually no, there's still black flames in this area. Yeah. Because they produce light. So, this flaming dark individual is approaching you guys, and I need you to roll initiative.
That's terrifying.
All right.
Go ahead and type it in the chat. And after you're done, do you guys want to take a quick bathroom break at this point? Or do you guys want to push through?
I appreciate it.
Okay. Then right now we're going to go ahead and take a quick 10-minute bathroom break. We'll be back at 6:18 Pacific Standard Time. And yeah, if you haven't already, please follow to get to see more amazing content like this. We do Animas on Mondays, 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And we have a great community that's giving a lot of gift subs. So go ahead and follow to be eligible to do so. Beyond that, we'll be back.
prickly little bastard who only wants a couple people to touch him, and only sometimes. And if he's already upset, don't fucking touch him. It's gonna make everything worse.
That and quarantine cat. So Ripley is very needy because from a young age, just didn't have a lot of experience with me leaving the house.
Oh,
So-
you turn us back live while we talk about our cats
Yeah, we're
and the
back
grim
in cat
reflections
talk.
of our personality.
You almost made me dox my cat, bro. I want to give out her
My
real
God.
name.
Dox your cat.
Her real name.
She is the true celebrity. All of our cats are the real celebs.
The
This is
cruel,
just a
the
stream,
cruel,
and this is all like filler.
the cruel irony of all of this is that you could use the computers in this facility to dox Black Sun, but because neither you or Arthur knows how to use the computers, you can't get your true vengeance.
You can't hack into their systems using these ones.
It's best to memorize all the locations. So he's at least got that.
Have your two characters like refuse to talk in game, but they also have the earring like and like in character just trading information back and forth about Black Sun.
Yo, you hate Black Sun too? I do the
Alright.
Predator high five. Ugh.
So, you guys are being approached by this mostly silent besides the raging fire burning around this individual. They're not making any groans nor sounds. No little kid noises. Fortunately or unfortunately.
And there goes fucking Anastasia breaking away from the pack.
Yeah, Anastasia
Blue
moves at the
Falcon.
speed of sound.
I was like, yeah, I rolled an okay initiative this time. I rolled like almost literally like average. It's fucking 56. Hell yeah. I didn't roll bad for what? Oh, all right.
Holy shit,
What the fuck?
Anastasia surprised everyone.
About to
No,
say.
technically you have to get 150 over.
Well, still.
Unless you have the bloodline or something else.
So,
Still.
Anastasia, your go.
I'm assuming before this fight we took up positions in like hallways, so we could surprise this thing.
It seems to know where you are without being able to see you.
They can sense us.
Alrighty. Then he will step out of the hallway once it's close enough and take a swing at it.
Okay. As you approach it, you find that the immediate vicinity around him is almost literally on fire. I need you to make a withstand pain, please.
My time
My
has
time
come.
has come. Twinsies.
We're on fire today, Bill.
So is he.
But,
about to
You
be
will
literally-
be soon enough.
That is an 89.
Insufficient. As you come up to strike him, you are seared by the very air around it, and you are unable to attack him, at least in melee range. You're forced to immediately back away from him. Your turn does not immediately end, but you failed to make a melee attack on him.
at least you can hit him with your shadow.
Or I can prepare to counter.
Oh, I apologize. What is your fire armor as well?
I have a 5.
Okay, you don't take any damage.
Thank God for that black dragon armor we were carrying around for most of the game in Rosencrantz.
That's fair.
When it attacked him, it didn't seem to make any physical attacks, right?
No, it hurled fire at you last you saw.
Alright then. He's still not sure about this thing, so he'll just prepare to counter.
Oh, okay. It is its turn next. It keeps moving towards you. And now that you're within eyesight of it, it points a dried husk-like hand in your direction, the other arm seeming to grasp at its neck for some reason. It not make that, so I need you to make a physical resistance check, please.
Oh no.
Kitten sharpening her claws for murder. Open rolls are allowed for physical resistance checks.
No.
Okay. That is a 170 then.
Okay. You feel your body begins to burn uncontrollably, but as you manage to wince and bear through it, nothing seems to happen.
Whew.
That is its turn. All right. Moving on, we get to Finwith. What world is this where Finwith goes second?
Where I rolled a 56 and never will again. I'm gonna go in a amazing like epiphany of none of us are ranged fighters except for Sebastian, but at least the other ones use weapons. Looks at metal bark covered hands. Well, guess I'm gonna go throw hands with a little fucking torch. Yeah, it's a living. I
Fair.
move up to help the vampire.
All right. What does the Gestalt give you for a fire armor?
I get a 4 fire armor and all fire damage is reduced by 10.
Okay.
In addition to having withstand pain and immunity to pain and fatigue.
Useful.
I'm ready to be burned.
Immunity to pain. What does that do exactly?
Immunity, pain, and fatigue reduces any of my pain or fatigue penalties in half.
Oh, okay. That is.
So it's
fair.
not actual immunity; it's resistance to it. But fucking whatever.
Does matter somewhat for this guy's mechanic, but all right. Go ahead and make a withstand pain at a plus 20. That's including the plus 20?
Yes.
Okay. As you approach him and attempt to strike at him, you find that the heat around his body is immense. The most severe heat that you've come into contact with to date. You fail the check of withstand pain. And you are forced to back off. Though, due to your armor and your reduction of fire damage, you take no damage.
Alright, then since I can't attack, can I still accumulate?
Yes. Like okay. You guys don't lose your turn or your action, actually. You just are prevented from making a melee attack on this thing.
Alright, then he's gonna accumulate and alright, if you can't put him out, then I might have to get maybe angry, but just maybe. And then looks at Anastasia, who's next to him, like, if I do, you really should back up with that nice armor.
And appearance-wise, this one doesn't seem to have anything that resembles, like, the circlets we picked up, does it?
No, it does not appear to. So we go ahead and move on to Sebastian.
All right. This is a long shot, but if this can work, it'll be pretty nice. I am going to use Destroy Matricy. Maybe this is an effect on them that I can stop for a round.
Okay.
It's a long shot, but it could work. It's a only idea. Let's open up that table. Well, I'll roll for the potential. That's not very good. Oh no. That's only a difficult level power is destroyed. I assume
It doesn't do anything. And that was a psychic point used.
Yep.
Alright, well, unless you want to use an ability at 0 potential.
I'll find my sword. I can consistently bang that out. So.
Okay, so you're going to use your ballistics?
I have a plus 50 for my turn.
Okay. Go ahead and roll potential.
Seven bumps up to the base. So that is just a basic projection roll. That's minus 20. It's just circle.
Okay. What'd you get on the roll?
I got a 107 on the roll. That bumps up.
$107 on the roll with the plus 50. Okay.
Yes.
And that's with the minus 20?
That was my potential. This is my I have my projection right now, but
the circlet reduces your potential.
oh, potential. I thought it was my projection. Whoops.
No, it's your projection to manipulate the pieces with your psychic abilities.
I could definitely see the misunderstanding.
Yeah. Okay. Then no, that still would work because that'd be an 87, which still bumps it up. That's good. That's good to remember. I will write that down so I don't forget that.
Yeah, because if it does reduce you below 80, you'll still fail despite bumping up to the next level.
True. I will write that down. That is a 280 though. 210.
Okay. 280. What is the fortitude of your weapon?
Fortitude. Ah, shit. It's the fortitude of a lawbringer.
Plus 10 lawbringer too.
I was not given that.
What kind of sword is it?
A lawbringer.
The type of sword.
It's a long sword.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I can look it up for you.
Longsword has a base fortitude of 13. And then a plus 10 increases it to
33.
20. Yeah. Okay. As the Lawbringer gets closer and closer. You can see the blade beginning to burn with a white hotness. But the blade withstands. What is 240% of your damage?
That is 204.
All right. The blade burns and goes through, and then just in the shearing lights, the figure is impaled and flies into the darkness. The dark vision people can see that he has been impaled and is no longer burning.
You still moving?
I mean, a sword just went through his chest.
True, it doesn't mean this thing's not horrible.
I mean, that...
None of them have survived too much. They are
Maybe-
psychic after all.
True, but he has made this his mental wonderland. For all I know, he's made an extremely durable psychic.
At least pulling it back out. Does he sense movement from it?
Yeah, it's
As the sword flies back. Just,
been with us like the
I think it's dead.
stops accumulating.
Also, Phil, did your mic change at all?
Well, I mean, the cat attacked my cords, so it might have. Hold on.
Because that sounds like a webcam mic to me.
Hello?
I think that sounds better.
Yeah, better.
The ultimate test is just
There it
whispering.
is. There it is.
Does the heat seem to be dying down at all?
It is quickly dying down.
Well, that's one.
2 more to go.
You're lucky you
Alright.
have a Lawbringer. It rolled a 27 breakage.
And I absolutely obliterated armor on both creatures and Devin with a 19.
Yeah.
My armor was also regular armor, which didn't help.
I'll go and check the corpse out of curiosity.
Okay. Looking the corpse over, it seems to be a young individual. You guess male, but it's hard to tell. Their body is incredibly wheezed up as if it was drained of all liquid. It still has one hand on its neck. You see the skin has almost like scarred over its eyes and over about the corners of the mouth. But there's no genitals on this thing anymore.
What about where it's holding its hand?
Do you move it to do so?
Yeah, he'll do it.
Okay. Moving the hand, you find the joints are incredibly stiff. And you can feel almost like it's like a twig, like rubbing against itself. Looking at its neck, there doesn't seem to be anything there.
Then everything is charred. It's not like the hand was protecting anything. Any
It
marks
is
or
not
anything like that.
charred. It is not charred, nor does it have any evidence of burn damage on itself.
Okay.
It's just desiccated.
Alright. He goes back to join the others.
Alright.
Alright, well, one down. Definitely gonna need to use one of the, well, probably the Chimera for the other one. Unless you can just do that again. If they're all that twiggy, then
hopefully. But Sebastian does prepare the Arctic Chimera pelt, which he actually has been wearing. This time, it's draped over his long coat.
Okay.
Fair.
It's mainly probably draped in a very standard way, as you'd show off an Arctic Chimera pelt. Because he understands the significance of that. That's a custom he gets.
So, what do you guys do? You're now currently in a small strip of light in this very dark corridor.
Guess I'm not gonna need this anymore. Just begins scratching away at the pieces of bark, plucking them off, flicking at the walls. Metal tink on tink.
Thinking
Oh.
back all the files he went through, does he remember any children that were marked as stasis that had fire abilities?
Yes, there was one.
Well, you said that you could tell what they could do, right? So the other one's cold, and what was the last one?
I am unsure of it exactly. It seems like a mix of a lot of things, but not in the standard way. In the standard way that a psychic can know multiple disciplines.
Alright, so like kind of like what I do, but psychic.
Honestly, I am unsure. At
I guess
least
we're gonna find out.
the inclination that they are responsible for all of this.
Apparently. Alright, well, I guess we either need to figure a way to swap the lights or just keep going.
There's gonna be a fucking light switch that we could have flipped.
Well, if you turned off the lights, then I don't know if that would do it because they're not emitting darkness, so they wouldn't create light in the swap. They would just be inert. Like, we don't create light, so we're not creating darkness in the reality's fucky. But we do know, because we saw on the cameras the like ice and stuff in one of the rooms, that like the whole place isn't reversed like this.
No, and in the third area where you guys got through, the control room was just normal darkness.
Yeah.
Unless you can guide us out, Sebastian. I have no clue how to navigate this place.
And also, you figured out that destroying the lights lit up the room. So the default state in this place is light rather than dark.
Fair.
Well, either we can find some way to activate it, or we can selectively break the lights on our way. We at least need enough that when this all...
Oh, why don't we
Reversed.
just leave and go in the other direction? That way we don't have to go all the way through all the dark bumbling around.
Well, the other one is just dark, normal dark. So you'd have your light torch or whatever.
Yeah, our lantern
Lamp.
would work.
That's true.
The Oneris lamp.
You said when you pushed that button that gave us light, that some of those strange tubes didn't light up.
You know.
To be exact, that ones that didn't light up were, and I'll post them in the chat.
So,
they're
training
already
room
there.
3.
Hey, you cracked the code on one of them at least.
I mean, I knew that one for a while back, but
Same.
Maybe we could move them around? Could they be removed? Did they look like they could be removed?
If there had been something that I could have touched to try and change it, I would have. But no, either I think maybe something's broken, or you have to use something else. He shrugs.
You guys also remember that the room with all the pods in it was not illuminated by its normal lights. Just
it's the
the
stasis
panel at the
room.
back of the room.
Well, either we keep going forward and wandering these hallways, or we try to go a different route.
Sebastian, you would know. Is there another door in this training area, or have we found everything that could be here?
You know, in this training area, it leads to area 2.
Do I
You just
know
have
if there's
to go
another?
to- Sorry, what?
Do I know if there's another way to get there?
I mean,
Through
you could
training
go
room
through
2?
chamber 3
Yeah.
to get to 2.
That's
They're
Yeah,
all,
those
they're
are
all
basically our two
links.
options. Either we go to training room 3 to get to 2 and use the lamp, or we stay in training room 1 and just break lights until we get somewhere where the lantern works.
Or the darkness people could just escort you all through.
Well, there's only one darkness person now.
I guess that's fair.
Well,
But I think we're fine. Probably just lead through into
Yeah.
room 2.
that's what I'm
Something
thinking.
else we're here would come.
Okay.
I'll keep up the motion detection just in case something's sneaking up on us, so we can know.
So it's what 150
150.
feet, you said?
Just out of curiosity, when that thing died, at least when we killed the other things before, we heard laughter. Did we not hear that this time?
No.
They didn't find this one funny.
I mean, it was over pretty quick. A little disappointing. Kind of wiggles a hand. Though, now that I think about it, probably better that it was over quick, because I'm not sure. If we don't know what this thing can do to minds, if it can, like, mess with people, he kind of, like, glances at Sebastian about the paranoia thing for a second. You probably don't want me already in that form around it.
We wouldn't.
But we follow Anastasia.
Yeah.
Okay.
We do a nice little like chain. Grab someone's shirt. Don't let go.
As you guys are moving through, Anastasia, you've never been here before. Also, again, just it's really hard to navigate here.
Was it always this hard to navigate?
Normally the lights are on.
Okay. Do you think
Well, I mean,
you...
is it
That's
like
such a plain Jane answer.
it's? Was it like, you know, the lights are off, or is it like, are you being messed with?
I normally didn't have to train in the dark.
Do you think
We're
you...
just
I mean, if the idea is, I mean, we could just break the occasional light on the way to get a bearing, and Sebastian could point the direction.
Okay, and he'll do so, phasing through to break and then just acrobating his way down the wall.
Just very.
That's how you mark hallway down.
That's how we know where we've been.
It's fair. Okay. So, as you guys, it's a very long and painful process. This area was, first of all, designed to be disorientating in a very claustrophobic kind of way. There's just tunnels and corners and everything like that. No discernible markings to make training more efficient. You guys break light after light after light, and by the time you guys finally find the next doorway, you've spent hours breaking lights through here.
How many hours?
I would say 3.
Hell yeah.
Speaking of, I need y'all to make a psychic resistance for me, please.
So bored.
You guys get
He's
plus 1 to
so
this.
bored.
There is an element to Sebastian. Doesn't like that he's getting this feeling, but there's this slight nostalgia he feels in this because he's like, this was my favorite training facility. This is the one I liked going through the most.
Wait, at least it's not possession.
And you said the headbands gave us
Plus
Plus 20.
20?
Not getting in my brain today. My friend said I can trust them.
Oh, actually, I did forget. Like, he starts rambling at some point. It's like, oh, I did forget. If you want, like, an actual oath, I went ahead and translated one. It took me a little bit because it's stupid. But I will swear an oath if it would make you feel better.
It would.
It would?
What?
He, like, shifts what hand is, like, holding on to, like, I guess, Alexei and just, like, walks backwards for a little bit down one of the hallways with, you know, like, Sebastian, like, holding onto the hood that's now, like, turned around so you can look up at the floating bastard and go, I, Finwith, son of Galen and Sina, swear an oath here, by the edge of an axe and the back of a board, by the peaks of a mountain and the eyes of the Aesir, that I am your blood brother so long as you would have me, in turn you are brother to me. Pops up his chest.
That is comforting. Appreciated.
He's over the moon immediately. Fuck your psychic resistance. He's immune to all effects. But absolute glee. He gets bored again really quickly, but he's happy bored.
Alright. Nothing happens. You guys find the next doorway.
I spy. Oh! A fucking doorway.
Now, it never occurred to you before, mostly due to the length of time to get from one room to the next. But you see a door-shaped outline in the wall with a wall there, almost as if someone needed to open this chamber between chambers.
Guessing it doesn't have a knob on it.
No, there's no knob. It looks like a wall that just has a door-shaped cut in it.
Lexi will try pushing on it.
Doesn't work.
Do you think your sword would work again?
I mean, I could certainly try. It seemed to work on the very big door back there.
It is worth a shot.
Kind of like rotates his shoulders a bit and grips on to the katana and then makes a slashing motion. See,
And Sebastian will shatter along with it. He'll help.
Okay.
I need to remember all my penalties. 1 second.
I'm
See,
very
the
happy I
minus
picked up
20 for
shatter.
Similar.
Spin coming in handy.
And I just unsheathed it, which is another minus 25, so minus 35 to the attack.
Alright. Would have been a little better with this without the headband, but that's going to be a 120 physical resistance from the door. Put that in the roll 20.
Okay.
Oh, plus 15. All right. Remember that. So,
You know, hitting a door in Anima sounds a lot more ridiculous than in D&D. In D&D, it's just like, the armor class of this particular object, how tough it is. You don't have to make it make a save.
That's
It just auto.
255 to attack.
Alrighty. So, with your guys' combined power, you cut through the door, and then Sebastian blows it out, and together it seems to assist blowing up into this open chamber. As darkness only shoots in, despite light being on the other side.
The image I have in my head is like Alexi slashes it down and it does a cut, and then the shatter like causes it to like ripple in and fold in words or something like that.
Sure. But you see the open chamber on the other side.
Does it look like more hallways?
No, it has this strange grass growing in this section. And you can see it as it kind of has these rolling kind of hills.
Outdoor training area. Oh, is it AstroTurf or is it real?
It's AstroTurf.
It is AstroTurf.
Oh,
I remember asking that last session.
Yeah, you asked that and I answered last time, so.
I don't remember.
Alexi will put the katana away and redraw the freestyle.
Takes like a step into it and just immediately like a look of revulsion down at like the sound, that like slight plasticky little crinkle. Oh, what's wrong with it? He sniffs her in. Is it fake?
Tries to pluck a piece of the AstroTurf.
You managed to. It's thin. It doesn't break apart like a normal blade of grass does. It's very strange material.
What they make it out of? He like reaches out to like take it from the gauntlet.
I'm unsure.
He hands it to you.
Oh.
Smells like tar pit.
Oh, ew. Feels weird. Oh,
I mean, real grass feels weird too.
We all just look at him.
Well, yeah, this is your grass. Of course, like regular grass would feel weird.
It was quite a shock
Regular
when I
grass
first
is
stepped
right,
outside.
This does.
It's like a more, a less flexible paper.
The grass was
Smoother.
pointy and itchy. I didn't enjoy it.
It had bugs in it.
It was
Why has
soft.
God forsaken me?
And mud.
Anywho, but yes, you see this rolling hillside of AstroTurf.
What was the layout for this one?
Meant to simulate an outside environment.
How can you do that with fake grass?
What was that?
How could you do that with fake grass?
I assume, at least in hindsight, it was something we didn't consider. This was my normal. But I assume cultivating grass down here would be difficult.
Well, I mean, the David did it.
I did not have a facility run by the Deva.
No, these guys suck. I mean, the Deva, from like what they said, also kind of like at least a little sucked. And well, the Deva all are kind of dead, so I guess they sucked more. Well, they won't be the suckiest because soon these guys will be dead too.
The Unraveler just like sneezing.
How are my ears burning?
Well, I mean, his ears should always be burning because he has a whole party thinking about his ass.
It's true.
With immense bloodthirst.
Given what we saw in one of the monitors in the observatory. Just glancing into the room, is there anything that looks like that?
No, at least at this part, you guys are at the low side of the hillside. Sebastian knows. This room is probably one of the most irritating as far as strategy is concerned. It's got low rolling hillsides, but for the most part, stealthing or approaching your opponent quietly is nearly impossible. If you want to break line of sight, you have to find a divot, which it's almost impossible to know where they are beforehand, without revealing yourself anyway. This is to simulate what you would do when you have a lack of a stealth option.
He brings us all up, and after a while, the more he starts explaining, he starts going in a lot more technical terms, as if he's explaining it to some troops. Eventually, kind of
Wait,
like
alright,
catching
hold
himself.
Hold on, slow up for just a second. Are you just telling us because it makes you feel better to say things, which I mean, I get, or is this like should I be doing any of this?
Kind of has his mouth like slightly open for a few seconds. Just, I don't know.
He gives you a look of like sympathy, not pity, but just like, yeah.
Though, it feels safe to assume that something might be in here. If so, stealth is out the window.
Oh, yeah, because we're like real good at that.
I have found that we are perfectly fine avoiding stealth.
We are.
It's not like we didn't announce our presence either, just looks at the crumpled door off to the side.
Just spent hours shattering glass constantly. I'm also not particularly known for my stealth. What's the word you use?
Capabilities.
I mean, there was a smaller one, but sure, that one too. Since I turned into a really tall bear every now and then.
How high is the ceiling in this room?
Immensely high. The ceiling here is 80 feet.
Well, if we shift into something bigger, you have the space.
Fuck, I wish I still had the wings.
Sebastian does kind of like float up. He's gonna get a quick survey of the training area.
Okay. As you float up, you see a set that kind of resembles, poorly, but resembles an open plain. With a few like small hills here and there. On the saying you came in from the left side of the room, on the north side of this room, you see a large structure of ice. Not in any particular form. It's not like an architecture. It's just ice shards have gone nearly to the ceiling, and there's just a massive zone of ice.
Is it safe to assume that's in possibly a direction of like a doorway or something?
From your knowledge, there would be no doorway that way.
Oh.
If we were looking at this in a north-south way, you guys entered in from like the southwestern corner. The chamber 3 is in the southeastern corner.
The observation deck being kind of like towards the middle.
Is
The
directly
south.
south of this floor. Yeah.
And this ice structure is directly north.
Correct.
Okay.
Each of these chambers are vaguely triangular in shape.
Okay. Assume you have these on the map.
No.
Oh shit.
There's no point.
That's fair.
Yeah, there's a symbol.
With Anima combat, I would have had to design a giant map and then not use any of it.
Yeah.
Just how it is. All you need to know is that just imagine the Triforce.
Oh, okay.
Chamber 1, Chamber 2, Chamber 3.
He floats down. It's a large structure of ice in that direction.
Oh, shame we can't just like throw a big ball of fire like that kid.
That is a shame. That would be quite advantageous here.
It'd be really cool if you could do it like I do and just like take the abilities from like other psychics. But that means that they could do that to you, so probably no.
Suddenly,
Where are
you
they gonna
guys
put that other guy?
notice something quickly approaching you as a massive shower of ice crystals are quickly approaching you guys.
Cover.
Alexi's gonna keep you late.
You have a round before the attack hits.
Like hello?
Alexi will shout out, "Everybody, stay around me," and you'll wait for the shower to come.
And sorry, what was the question?
Is this like a small cloud, almost like an ice storm?
No,
Kind of shape, or
imagine
just like-
giant icicles flying in your guys' direction.
Oh no, I
He's
meant, is
using-
it like in a small section in the room, or is it like covering all the expanse of the room in our direction?
No. It's not that big. But imagine
It's like
a
a
hail of
volley
arrows. Yeah.
He's got fucking ice artillery. Oh fuck.
She does. You saw her record.
That's true.
And,
Go ahead.
actually, because we're too far, so it's fine.
Okay. The attack is here. What are you doing, Alexi?
Lexi is gonna use his new technique. He's gonna use Frost Color's protection, and he's gonna do an area block of up to 150 feet.
Ice fight, ice fight, ice fight.
Who's the better cryomancer?
May the best chill win. May the frost be with you.
Okay. Go ahead and make your defense roll.
Alright, so I make this at a plus 40. Oof, that's kind of a rough roll, but that is a 292.
Okay. You beat their 264. So as the hail of rather large icicles are flying in your direction, how do you block them?
As that happens, the cold around the his weapon just seems to spiral, and a bunch of ice shards go flying out to try and deflect the other ice shards with his own.
Okay. You send out your own wave of ice shards, and there's this large clash. You guys are slightly powdered with ice as he completely negates the blow.
We should probably like start moving though.
Yes.
It came from that direction. I guess he will start
Yeah,
running.
giant thing of ice you saw takes off.
Oh yeah, my flight gets bumped up. I move at a
code.
value of 8.
Does stay close to Alexa.
And this is normal facility light now. We're out of the darkness.
Yes. It's unfortunately actually like bright fluorescent light, so you're gonna have a slight penalty.
Yeah, I figured all that, and I was thinking more for my shadow purposes, so that's gone.
It wouldn't work. I can't, fly kind of upwards and be a little shadow. Like, oh, help one under me.
I need a
How'd I
shadow to
get
walk into, though, before I can do that.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So what is the minimum movement value amongst you all?
It's probably Alexi, I would guess.
Uh,
Alexi has a 7 for his movement.
I have a 10.
I think
What's your-
actually just converts it, so I have 90 feet per turn. Oh no, I have a.
And I think Sebastian flies, so.
I have a movement value of 8, so I just remembered my thing gets bumped up. So
I think 90 per turn is 7.
I don't
Nope.
remember how the math works.
That would be the 8th, because mine's an 80 foot per turn.
You would be correct. So it's 7 is the slowest you guys have to do.
I had a lot of stats to put everywhere.
Yeah, we're all like trucking about the same speed. Fib was just like looks behind at Alexi like, you coming? Is it the sword?
It is very rarely that the Frostcolia runs.
Well, yeah, that wouldn't work too much on mountain slopes, huh?
That's fair.
Ignore the fact that I'm also from the mountains, you know.
Got to do the sideways hops.
This room is 1,500 feet. Now, the question is, are you guys going to try to get there as fast as you individually can, or are you going to try to move as a group?
Well, how many times can you do your area block?
Before it becomes a detriment, you can use it about 6 more times.
So I'll say I could throw out the suggestion that since he seems to be able to move a little bit faster, he could try to divert some of the attacks away from the rest of you guys, if need be.
And Sebastian just needs to see the thing. If he can see the thing doing it, he can attack. And I have a shield. A pretty good shield.
Yeah, I was about to say, you have your shield and you have a fuck ton of armor. So if you guys want to try to split to either side a bit, don't go too far though, in case you get, I don't know, the super ice spear.
That's fair.
Then in that case, with this, since we're kind of breaking out ahead, Sebastian is going to drop the armor that's on Alexi, and how's your armor? Probably very good, right, Suzanne?
Specifically against cold, I have a 9.
Oh, Jesus, that's good.
Jesus.
You also have cold immunity due to the dragon that was picked.
Well, I'm gonna give it to myself then, because I won an 8 armor instead of my 4. So
To be
What
fair,
is
these icicles do mostly thrust damage.
well, I won an 8 thrust armor then.
Okay. I'd rather you take it in all honesty. I do have a 6, so I should be fine, plus I got stupid high dodge.
That's good. But yeah, then I'll cast it on myself. So I have a +4 armor, except to energy.
Don't forget that it cuts in half any
Not
of
the
the ones
psychics.
that are lower.
Doesn't the psychic stuff just add?
It states in the ability specifically.
Yeah. Our projection, it can be used in conjunction with any other projection as an additional layer, but will not cause any special penalties. Yeah.
Yeah, so whenever you combine as per layers,
Yeah.
the lesser ones are reduced in half.
Then.
But I think the long coat has a pretty good thrust armor,
It
so
does.
you'll be sitting at a pretty nice 5, I think, unless you have a +5. Armor.
I have a +5 for both armor that I'm wearing. So that would be a 1, 2, 6. All right, it's better.
I guess in answer to the question, we'll probably go at our individual speeds and just slightly splitting off to try and spread out any attacks.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll wait for the next round to cast my shield, since I just casted this. It's moving
All right.
as it does it, just cast it.
Well, we'll start this as the first round. So, some special features of this room. If you guys want to attempt to duck into cover, you'll need to make a search roll to find cover to get into. There are some dips in the terrain, though the difficulty and at what stage changes. But if you do that, that pretty much takes up all your attention. So then we are going to be go ahead and marking each of y'all's distance individually.
Anastasia is probably going to get there first.
Oh yeah, it's going to be by a wide margin.
Okay, that's a 10 agility, so that's
It's
about
110
100 feet.
feet.
With Alexi and Fenwith, I calculated it, and it's about a 2-turn difference. Maybe a slightly more than a 2-turn difference.
So
Bastard cat.
attacking your
Sorry.
cords again.
Cables. Yes.
Yeah. You guys begin marching out and spreading out. So are you all spreading out? Is anyone grouping up? What's the plan?
I'm spreading out.
Alexi's already the slowest one, so he's probably the one moving forward instead of letting everybody else spread out anyway.
Just because I think Finwith and Alexi both have a not great search, they're probably just going to be trucking and letting you use the ability if you want. Because Finwith was going to stay with him.
Okay.
All right.
And Anastasia would go slightly opposite of Sebastian as far as breaking off.
Pincer maneuver, you guys.
All right, y'all spread out and are quickly approaching this giant ice tower in the front. I'm just going to do initiative based on character speed instead. So for this sprint, Anastasia, what are you doing? If anything special.
No, he's just running towards us, and he's prepared to dodge and almost get into kind of the motion of training, where if he does dodge, he tend to lean more into a fluid motion as he does it. But other than that, he's just making a beeline after he's deviated off a bit for the tower.
Okay, you can go into all-out defense, which increases your defense by 30. You just cannot attack.
Which is fine. He's gonna go all out defense for this because there's nothing to attack.
Okay. Alrighty. Sebastian.
Sebastian is going to just fly forward. As he does so, he is going to up a shield.
Okay. Just roll. If you don't botch, then take whatever your standard, or whatever it is for the round.
Okay. Oh wait, yeah, because I'm gonna have 0 seg potential on this, right?
No. This is a whole new round.
Oh, okay. That's good. God, the shield. I always lose where the shield is. All right, that's a 1,000 life point shield.
Okay. All right. Finwith.
Alright, so What is it keeping pace with Alexi?
Speed-wise, 80.
Can athletics make you go a little bit faster or no?
Not over this particular kind of sprint.
Ah, okay.
Or at least none of you, I would believe, would have a high enough amount to sprint 1,500 feet.
You have a decent athletics.
Just
But-
shuck all need for fatigue. Yeah, there's probably no way he's gonna roll search high enough for anything, so he's gonna keep pace with Alexi, and they'll just have to weather volleys to the ability.
Okay, you can take an
Shield
all-out
defender.
defense. Worst case scenario, if you have to defend yourself, at least you'll get a bonus.
Yeah, that'll do.
Okay, and Lexi.
Just bolting forward.
All-out defense?
Yeah, total defense would probably be the way to go.
Okay. Trying to give you guys a bonus here, because this person can hit you from one side of the room to the other. Easily, actually. Could possibly do it from further. Alrighty. So, as you guys are going on, you guys all spread out, forcing the target to pick. There's one target moving incredibly fast that they're going to focus on.
Which is what he was hoping for.
You see off in the distance, it's very hard from this distance, but you see some shifting in the ice, and then suddenly a large ice splinter comes flying at you.
And you said full defense went to an additional 20,
30.
30. Yeah.
$297.
324.
All right. Because this is a projectile, you can use your shadow to defend yourself. Oh wait, no, you have a 200 dodge, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you take no penalties for dodging projectiles now. Okay, so this ice shark goes whizzing by you at a high speed, breaking at least the first sound barrier. Just goes, and you manage to, and humanly with your reflex, dodge, roll out of the way while still keeping a pace. All right, I'm gonna shift your distances.
And as we're getting closer, does the room seem to be slowly getting colder the closer we get to this?
It is. All right, Anastasia, what are you doing?
Keep doing what he did before. Full defense, moving forward.
Okay, Sebastian.
Keeps charging.
Okay. You also can go total defense if you want. All it does
Sure.
is prevent you from attacking.
I wasn't planning on it. I can't see him anyways.
Yep.
Her.
Finnith.
Run. Protect self.
Okay. So, Alexi.
Go slow for other man.
Continuing to run with total defense.
Okay.
As we run into the loving embrace of a hail of ice.
Anastasia, you see another one of these crystals flying out in your direction. Need you to make a defense roll for me, please. That is going to be a 235.
330 dodge.
Okay.
And with his standard 95 style, he just casually spins away from it and just keeps going.
As you do so, the crystal suddenly explodes next to you. And the icy mist pursues after you. Despite the blind penalty of -80, you still dodge with a little under 20 above, as they this instead was a cold dominion trying to freeze you in place. But Anastasia is just moving so fast.
Oh, that's true. You might be moving enough for them to get a penalty against you.
It's
Gotta account for
supersonic
ice.
vampire.
While accounting for ice bullet drop.
Yeah. You have to aim like that's precise aiming, honestly. Fucking good on them. It's probably not
This is
easy
what
to
happens with
smack us.
you don't have to do the math. You just go, my brain wants it so hard it happens.
Yeah.
It gets really bad when you start getting to like a 13, trying to hit a target with like 13 speed.
I bet.
Some of their abilities aren't necessarily. Some of, like that one wasn't a projectile per se. They were just trying to freeze them. It was just skinned differently.
I also think psychic and magical abilities ignore those as well. So
And we're gonna
double
bully your
check.
flavor either way, so.
That's fair. All right. Anastasia, what are you doing?
Double defense. Keep on.
Sebastian.
Zoom. Defense. Defensively. Zoom.
Okay. Finwith.
I would like to spice it up and instead Neum while doing defense.
Oh shit.
But not
The
as
forbidden technique.
Neum as the others. I'm slightly less Neum for the other Viking. It's a casual Neum.
I mean, we're still pretty fast compared to regular people.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're a lot compared to regular people,
I was
except
about
smart.
to say.
A 7 is just an athletic individual, like those long distance joggers. 8 is
Well-
like professional level sprinting. A 10 is like Usain
You're just
Bolt.
a fit person. Finn at least is a professional, you hear that?
So what was Alexi doing?
Alexi kind of takes on a defensive stance with his bastard sword and keeps running.
Okay. Let's see. I guess I do need a roll for this one. It was not a very high roll. Okay. As you're running incredibly fast, Anastasia, you see a section of space in front of you become instantly frozen in a way that's too quick for you to avoid running through it.
Skate.
As you do so, first I need you to make a physical resistance check.
I don't suppose the headband would help with this, since it's not in a direct psychic attack.
It's not a psychic, it's physical resistance check.
Just physical. Okay. That is a 128 physical resistance.
128. Okay. You move through, and as you go through this space, it is freezing cold, like beyond a level that you could even think of. It's just so freezing. The fact that you're in it for only a moment is a godsend, but you can see everything in this space, even the astroturf, shatter as you step through it, as it was frozen to absolute zero.
Makes a mention to Sebastian over the earring.
As you step in this thing, it's icy. Please roll for me a acrobatics.
That is a 196.
196. Okay. So you step, and as you slide, you just hold the momentum, slide through the astroturf, sending shards flying about around you before you hit normal astroturf and begin moving again. By the way, if you had failed that check, it would have killed you instantly. It's not a very hard physical resistance check, but it is enough of a threat that if you guys roll particularly low, it will just kill you.
I mean, that's the same way Doc's thing is. It's like, it's not super hard to beat if you're like a player character or any NPC with like some decent like levels. But if you botch or you roll bad enough, you just die. Good old Anima.
Unfortunately, the zone wasn't big enough. They could only cover a 30-foot zone. And fortunately, I guess, no one's within 30 feet of Anastasia running at this moment. The closest would have been 60. So, let's go ahead and add your distances.
That was a fun tree to play with. I'm getting so much like Patient 6256 vibes. They're like nostalgia. Good times.
So Sebastian now knows of the area where it's below at 0.
Just looks over like, damn, glad that ain't me.
All right, Anastasia, what are you doing?
Lexi wipes away a tear, just like home.
Same as before. Just intense zoomies.
Okay. Sebastian.
How close are we at this point?
By this round, you will have 1,140 feet to go. You have not made it a third of the way there yet.
Oh boy. Alright, zoom. Defensively.
Rarely happens, but this is what a sniper build does in an RP. Rarely does combat take place over such a convenient battlefield. Alright, Finwith.
First verse. Well, second, third. This is third verse. Fourth verse. Same as the first.
Alright. Alexi.
Alexi kind of continuing to keep low and racing forward, his bastard sword at his side, keeping up the pace and total defense.
Alrighty. Should they try for this? They could.
They should fight us in honorable, like, face-to-face combat.
They are.
This is
The
why
reach is
players.
just longer.
This is why players also shouldn't make sniper builds. It's like, so imagine how fun it is to go against a sniper enemy. Now imagine if a DM had to plan for literally every fight around you trying to do the same thing.
Well, fortunately, most of the time the circumstances aren't to your favor. You only can set
Well,
up a
no,
sniper.
and that's why you also shouldn't make a sniper build, because then you get, like,
Yeah.
fucked, because it really never comes in handy.
The enemy has to come to you for a sniper build to work. That's essentially how it happens. Or you have to be in a place where you have lots of high spaces you can be, like a city.
And generally in history, snipers that are caught are very, very, very punished by the other troops.
That's unfortunate for them. So, you see an explosion of ice at this end point that you guys are going for, whatever you guys want to call it, your goal point. Nothing else seems to happen.
An explosion as if pieces blew off, or as if an addition has been added to it.
Like a lot more ice just like suddenly expanded in that area.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to adjust your speeds. Anastasia has made it a third of the way there.
Yeah, you'll see us in like 3 rounds after you get there. So have fun.
Hey, if I can hack away at some of this ice and get to the psychic close enough to let you guys have the killing blow, he's fine with that. He doesn't care about first kill.
Honestly, these things aren't super fun to fight because, thanks, Ellen. Because they're, tormented. Sebastian could have been these. And also, there's nothing to take from them. And also, like, my Xeon's not looking super hot. It's like, you can have it.
All right. Anastasia.
Same thing. Just intense zoomies making straight for it.
Okay.
Just out of curiosity though, the expanded ice, was it overall, or was there like a specific section of the ice that expanded?
There was there was a specific point that exploded.
Okay.
Sebastian.
Zoom defensively.
Okay. Finwith.
I'll give everybody 2 guesses because I'm feeling generous.
Cool, Alexi.
Alexei continuing to keep low and sword at his side. Runs defensively.
All right.
Ready to accumulate and shield the... Or just eat ice, but I don't think we want to do that. Since some of that's Sub-Zero.
Delicious.
They're going to do this one again. Not bad. Meh. It's about the same as last time. Another zone of ice suddenly appears before you, Anastasia. Roll for me a physical resistance, please.
She's after your ass.
Really gunning for you.
Well, to be fair,
You're getting too close.
Yep. That is 163 physical.
I also
Okay.
wonder if at like a distance, if it's harder for her to target us because we have the circlets on and you just don't. Unless you have your helmet off. It's not
he
often
kept-
things aim for your head.
Not often is. No, his helmet's like hooked to his belt as he's running with the circlet, since Sebastian said it might be helpful.
I'll also let you guys know you're overpowered for this area.
Well,
There
I
are
mean,
not
yeah, there are a bunch
many
of
people-
traumatized, like, half-dead kids hopped up on madness and one cackly boy.
This
We're
is
overpowered for everywhere.
I mean, this is also Sebastian's plan. He wanted to be overpowered when he got here.
It's true. It's true.
I'm better than all of
He
you.
came here to
This
destroy this
He
place.
poses.
There's just times where you get. I mean, to be fair, this is still a rather lethal area. If this was a few levels ago, it would have been scarier. But at the level you guys are at now, it's a lot harder to just straight up murder you, which is fine. I don't want you guys to die immediately. But this is just because of events. This is just how strong you guys are. Anyway, roll for me in acrobatics to avoid slipping and falling on your ass. The scary thing about this is they only need you to botch once.
That is a 167 acrobatics.
You're fine. Another slide. Keep running. Another area just coated in ice immediately. All right. Just your
And he's
speeds.
silently doing so.
Sebastian has made it a third of the way there.
Yo!
All right. Is anyone doing anything differently this round?
No.
Cool.
At this point, Fitbit's like running, but is also like turns his head over his shoulder and is like, actually, this is kind of nice. It's been a while since we've just like gone for a run. Normally, we're just like, cramped up in tiny spaces or walking really slow. This is so much better than the 3 hours in the halls.
I suppose that it is a little less boring.
Really don't like the sound this grass makes when we run on it, though. It's weird.
Squeak, squeak, squeak.
A massive pillar of ice forms several hundred feet away from you. That's all that happens this round.
Same direction, though.
Same direction. Just in front of you.
Hey, I wonder if that's like the thing that I do.
Um,
With the chimera go.
That would be bad.
Actually, that is a good question. Does it look similar to the chimera ability?
This is bigger.
scarier.
He's gonna do a wide berth around that thing just out of caution.
Okay. If you do so, that will slow your speed down, as you will not be heading in a straight line.
That's fine with him. He's not running through that thing. He's seen what Shower of Needles can do.
Okay, I will take that into account.
I mean, Sebastian's like farther away from it too, and even he's gonna give it more of a wide berth. He's seen that. That looks like an Arctic Chimera thing. I ain't fucking with that.
What's ominous about a sudden pillar of ice rising into the heavens 3 times
What
the
about you,
size of the one
Finwith
you
and
normally see?
Alexi? Are you guys gonna divert course?
It was off to the side in front of Anastasia, right?
Yeah.
So like, how close is it to our path?
You guys would pass it normally without running right into it anyway.
Me.
Alexei will keep moving forward.
Okay.
Yeah, if they're not getting too close to it, let's just go. Sebastian, who's on the other side of them, also like is moving away.
Well, you guys have made good distance on Sebastian on that one run, actually. He's now only 40 feet ahead, technically.
Slow flying man.
But anyway, this round, another ice pillar forms, kind of slightly off from the other one, probably spaced, about 15 feet between them.
Is this in the same direction Anastasia was deviating?
Somewhat, yeah. It's still several feet in front of you, though. Several hundred feet in front of you.
Well, since he's deviated, he's gonna make a beeline right through it. Try to keep even distance between the two pillars.
Okay. That would not be hard to account for. What about Sebastian?
He's gonna continue with his widened, like, he already kind of moved out of the way of it. He's gonna keep going forward defensively.
Okay. Anyone doing anything differently this round?
Unless those things get more in our way. I don't think so.
I guess that's fair. Alexi, kind of looking at these, he's like, do you have a thing that could probably sabotage whatever this is as they're running?
Yeah, I could try and go ahead and shatter them, but like I'd have to be kind of close.
These are also immense in size. Each of these pillars are approximately 50 feet across.
Oh, okay. All right.
These are not small ice pillars. These are large, like, plateaus of ice.
To put in comparison, the ones that I use are like a 5-foot square that are 30 high.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure the Cerberus tail will do that one.
All right, and he just continues moving forward. He doesn't divert course at all.
All right. This round, a third pillar. Not necessarily walking on Anastasia this time, but off to the side. Pretty much these three pillars alone are enough to completely block your guys' vision of this on the other side. Are you guys making any adjustments to your movement?
Nope.
Are you guys
those
doing
things are
anything
really
special
wide
this
and
round?
I go faster.
Alexi will accumulate just in case.
You know, actually, given how big they are, it kind of slows up. You think they can explode?
I have no idea.
Anastasia would also accumulate. Ether as a defense.
Okay.
I mean, technically, I can just psychokinetic flight every turn to go faster, right?
You can.
I might just do that because it might speed things up.
Okay.
See if I have a bonus. I don't. It's better than just a base, so.
Make a potential roll.
I get base. I go 8. I have a movement value of 8 again.
Awesome. I don't need to change anything.
Nothing happens.
This is why Serena had the amplifier that if you're like maintaining something, it amplifies.
I have that.
Higher.
I just want to go faster. Theoretically.
Anastasia, this round, just getting to these large ice pillars, each of them larger than a house, easily in size. As you're running through them, suddenly,
Have fun, guinea pig.
Ice juts out from your flank from one of these pillars. Make a defense roll.
Wouldn't this activate Ether as a defense?
If you want to, sure.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay. You do so. The ice pillar pierces through your form but does no damage to you.
Actually, Anastasia is kind of a psychic's fucking nightmare.
He really is this sniper.
Except for the energy psychic. That one's a little scary.
That's fair. I mean, that's scary for.
I mean, the energy
anyone.
is scary to every build.
Oh, and I guess the mind one, but semantics. It's fine.
Alrighty. What are you guys doing this round?
I fly faster, hopefully.
We run.
And it is faster.
And get ready to block. The bus run.
Here, 1 second.
Yo, that's 10. I go 10 fly this time.
I run defensively with a 325 style.
That's a cool run. Sebastian looks back, goes, that's impressive.
There's the slightest hint of that appreciation.
As you're running, you slide on the AstroTurf and use that to kind of keep your momentum, jump over a hill. It looks really cool.
But with just snorts at the display.
10. Oh,
The real reason Alexi has a 7 in his agility is because
I've been jipping. I thought it was 110. It wasn't 110. It was 115. Oh shit! 1 second. I gotta adjust Anastasia's speed. Let's see.
Oh,
I gotta give him
faster.
50 more.
Gotta say though, slide looks sick. The sound that made, fucking horrible. Please don't do it again. Wait until there's like ice. You can do like a 6 slide on the ice.
that's fair. This is a very weird grass.
I mean, I guess there were real pros that make it like, abominations.
AstroTurf is just the grass variant of the children we've had to fight.
Yep. It's a horrible experiment gone wrong. Unnatural.
All right. No one did anything differently. Anastasia, are you maintaining your ether?
No, he did it just enough as a defense to not get stabbed.
Okay. As you're running through, suddenly, a large shift between the pillars blocks off your path.
Get ready to get acrobatics done, bitch. Meow.
What do you do?
So it's pretty much just a wall now.
Yeah. Essentially, the ice shifted and it blocked off the gap between two of these giant pillars.
I'll need some rest after this fight to recover some ki.
Oh, don't forget you got some of your ki back when we spent 3 hours looking for a door.
Yep.
That would have been
Alright.
18 key for you.
Is that enough to just like fucking ether through it? Yeah.
Alexi would have
Oh, no, he has
regenerated.
something else in mind.
Oh.
Alexi would have regenerated 180 ki during those 3.
That's the ultimate flex.
Fucking
Like,
monster.
only way I could stop them, put a wall in front of them. They went through the wall. What?
No one's ever gotten through a wall before, us energy slicing open doors.
Oh my god, we're the party that can actually get through doors.
It's a fucking,
Yes,
like,
because we
rogue.
can't get through computers.
How
And
wouldn't take me too long to physically reach the wall, would it?
This is about to slam into your face. You have
I
not enough time.
just screeched to a halt.
Okay. So you just stop.
He is going to stop and
Guessing this is opaque ice.
Yes.
take a swing at it.
Okay, sure.
running along. You know, it'd be really, really cool if it tried to like block you off with like the wall or whatever. If it was like rising like upwards, you could just grab on. It would like shoot you up really high, and then you could like do a cool hop over top of it.
Little do we know,
Slide down the other side.
Anastasia has mastery in art ice sculpting.
That is a 268.
Okay. With your giant sword, you blow through this ice wall. It's not very strong, opening the path. But because you had to stop, you do not make progress this round.
That's fair.
You just get stuck in a cycle of the wall grows, you break it. The wall grows, you break it.
Alrighty. Sebastian, you gonna try flying faster this round? Alright. Finn with Alexia, are you trying to do anything differently this round?
I don't think we have any capabilities until we get anywhere.
Yeah, unfortunately, you guys haven't even hit these pillars yet. They're still a couple 100 feet from you.
That is very good.
Like, I could shift into something faster, or I could, try and fly or whatever, but I don't have a whole lot of Xeon, and I'm pretty sure these two fast motherfuckers, once they actually get through, can probably kill it before I even get to use the shape. I've wasted, 3 shapes. I've wasted 3 shapes today.
Save that
That's
Xeon.
a lot of Xeon.
Save that Xeon for the boss fight. That's a 12 movement, by the way.
12. Okay.
Sebastian just breaks the sound barrier.
Nah, not quite. It gets pretty bad.
You just see his face go.
Like the fastest natural flight for regular creatures is 12.
You actually can't fly faster than 10 because you lack inhumanity. You lack
What?
the ability to control yourself properly.
Oh man, if only there was somebody who could teach you key.
Yeah, I know, right?
I just read it over,
Alright.
and it says, whenever a character possesses more movement value than 8 or than 10, even if their agility is higher than that, in this case granted by a spell or ability, you cannot do so. So you just
10.
lack the ability.
I'm an inhuman monster, proving everybody who said shitty things about the sculling right.
That is actually true. Something I just remembered. A lot of times a superhero with I can fly will have minor super strength to resist the forces that come with flying very fast.
Yep.
So it makes sense.
All right. Anastasia, as you break down this wall, you see that it is reforming in front of you. And that's where we're going to end it for today.
Next session, we make some shaved ice snow cones after we murder someone. And then we go murder the last one. And nothing bad happens.
This is what they had to resort to. They couldn't hit you with anything else. So they had to put a giant set of fucking ice blocks. Several rounds of preparation, mind you. Just to prevent you from moving, because they're using Cold Dominion, which just allows them to move ice at will. But
once we get there,
Intelligence to make plans.
of the 1,500 feet you guys need to make, Anastasia has made 1,110. Sebastian has made 1,010. So 100 feet behind Anastasia. And that's without Anastasia stopping for a whole round and not making any progress. Finwith and Alexia are both at 880. You guys are just over the halfway mark.
Maybe we should just stop and go back and take a nap, maybe rest by the other door. Just let them deal with it. Then come find us later.
You know that we wouldn't do that.
Well, no, because what if something goes bad? But you know I'm not gonna get a hit on this.
Oh my! If they can't break the door and move.
No, I'm gonna get a hit on an ice wall. Listen, the vampire dude's gonna figure a way to, like, do some sick shit over the top of it. The other one can fly with his mind. And, like, break things with his mind.
I will also make mention, these are not like all the way to the ceiling ice pillars.
Yeah, no, I didn't figure. You said they were, what, like 50 feet?
They're 50 feet, yeah.
I got
Stupid
you.
man.
I got you, Anastasia. I have good climbing gear.
We'll be using the good climbing gear. We'll see you on the other side by the time the fight's over.
Anywho, let's go ahead and do experience real quick. So interpretation, you guys, there's a lot of participation this time around. I think everyone was pitching in, doing pretty well. I'll go ahead and give you guys 15 experience points for that. 3 experience points for being here, 1 for Anastasia.
Freak.
Good ideas or plans? You know what? I'll give it to you guys. I'll give you guys 3 points. Devin figured out the light thing actually like right after the last session.
Oh yeah, that was fucking smart. I didn't think about that till you mentioned it. I was like, oh, that's a good idea.
Listen,
Stop
no, Finn was
search.
just stupid. He's not going to figure that out. Well, he's stupid about these weird powers, so.
Let's see.
The hardest challenge, I think, was figuring out to move the oval object.
The mouse. Yeah, difficult actions. I'll give you guys 2 points for that one, just because you guys found out what the inhibitor bands was, which was actually very helpful for you guys. And it helped. Actually, I'll give you guys 5 more points just for discovering the headbands. That helped Sebastian a lot not to go crazier.
Yeah. That was
Beneficial.
fun. Little tactics roll. I was like, all right, Sebastian's too paranoid to trust anybody with something that limits psychic potential. But yeah,
What if they
Logic.
put it on me? What if they put me in the tubes?
yeah.
With that, you guys get 5 experience for the fire battle. It was a potentially dangerous fight.
The fire matrix, fire tree is terrifying.
I mean, I had to essentially invent them an ability, but because fire doesn't have an actual defensive ability, it just destroys. You can make a fiery wall, and that's kind of what I based the ability on. But yeah, the DC for that resist pain check, by the way, was 160. You had to beat 160 because it was.
Okay, I would have had to roll at least a 75.
It was hot enough to melt steel because it has a breakage of 19 plus whatever I roll on a D10. So that Lawbringer honestly just completely countered its attack. You guys also take a amount of damage equal to the difference in how much you failed the check by. But you guys also have really good fire armor, so it didn't really pan out. At least for the fire dude. But yeah, that was his special mechanic. This one is still ongoing, so I won't give you experience for the current fight. Most damage dealt technically goes to Sebastian, as the only one who did damage.
Hey, getting an award on a technicality, still getting an award.
True.
Me losing, like, what was it, 9 health last time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
actually.
Most damage taken, Finwith's mana pool.
I mean, you're not wrong.
The loss of Xeon at this point is more painful than hit points.
Yeah. None of it's been useful.
Just gain the fire ability to burn health for Xeon. It'll be fine.
Utility award goes to Sebastian. Use of various psychic abilities. This time really panned out. The pity award, Alexi. You're such a good wall against area attacks. If only you were faster.
Put this bitch on wheels. Give him some Heelys.
The area block is. I saw that ability. I was like, when would I ever use this? And it's actually a pretty common thing against supernatural stuff.
It'll come in clutch if we ever fight another fucking Arc Chimera. God, that shit's
Or a dragon.
fucked.
Yeah, dragons can shoot fire up to a mile.
I remember.
It's
We
an
were
insane
so
distance.
Anima.
Beyond that. Yeah, Anima. Any player nominations and or kudos?
And with for the oath. Make Sebastian feel better.
It's good. That was a good scene.
I completely agree. Take a player award for that. You deserve it.
I looked up Viking oaths to make sure I was doing shit right. Because you never know what like video games and stupid shit have just come up with. It's like, oh no, okay, there's some stuff in old poetry that roughly goes like this. And then I made it less poetic sounding because Finwith had to translate it.
Right. It's a very good attention to detail, for sure.
And thank you, Alexi, for being the Viking bro as we take a nice jog through the glen, having a nice idle conversation.
There's one that really got me. I forget exactly what was the exchange, but it was Anastasia and Sebastian.
Oh
And
yeah.
it was Anastasia looking for clarification on something, and then Sebastian's just like deadpan.
It was
I
it
forget what
was.
it was, but it got me
Oh,
so
because
hard.
the lights off? Or normally the lights aren't off?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, is it
It's
normally
totally-
like this? Like normally the lights are on. Just
I don't know why, but that fucking killed me.
Sure.
It's that dry humor.
Go ahead. Both of you can take a player award.
Well, we say dry humor, but we all know he wasn't trying to make a joke.
no, he was answering your question. I was making a joke.
We
He
know.
wasn't.
Kudos to Sebastian for overkilling the lights with your spinning area attack.
It's the only range I got. Might as well hit as many as I can.
Oh no, but I'm thinking this poor light, it just takes a simple hit to break, and all of a sudden there's this dagger, this whirlwind of blaze just going up towards it.
That's a
I'm
good
gonna use
scene.
a Lawbringer on some fluorescent bulbs.
I'm sure if the Inquisitors, like, I don't know, they check my sword, magically find a log of the things I've attacked with it, they're gonna be real happy with me.
Why is 42% of the damage you've dealt with this sword listed as light bulbs?
I need to clear a light bulb. It's a Lawbringer. You know what that's for? It's a sword. I used it as a sword.
I'll give Sebastian
This is a divine instrument.
and Finwith by association, because Vale was the one who's like, I like the idea of the sword just kind of just awkwardly tinking up the wall before striking a light. It's really funny imagery.
Oh yeah.
So both of you can take a player award.
The things we do for the cinematic lab.
I'm so close. I need 19 XP.
Oof, that's a lot.
It's a thing where it's like close enough that I can I can taste it, but far enough it's like I'll have the next session.
Any other player nominations and or kudos?
pity kudos to Sebastian. 'Cause we had a good plan. It was I'll stealth ahead and find it. And then okay, here's what's going on. Radio silence.
Here's what's going on. Shit. Radio silence. Waits 2 seconds, looks at Finn with, we're going.
You know what?
He picks a big sword.
That's a good kudo, but I'll give you a player award for actual character progression with Sebastian. He is literally reaching out and saying, I need you to comfort me. I need you guys to reassure me that you're not going to stab me in the back.
He admitted to feeling emotions and paranoia and said, he had outright admitted to us, your word is enough to make me feel better. Give me your word. Finn was delighted by your response to the oath.
I love how his reaction to any other character would be like, fucking asshole. Like, what the hell? But then to Sebastian, it's like, oh my god.
Actually, there's another fun moment. It's where you're looking at us going, if you haven't noticed, I've been in an intense mental dilemma, and we're sitting there like, you look normal to us.
That's the point.
I mean, one, you look normal to us, and two, we're in a place of deep-seated, like, childhood trauma for you. Like, that's okay. That's, like, expected. Like, it's not a dirty little secret. I'm glad you told us, though.
I do like, and this is just a general kudos for the whole group. I do like how you guys have ignored the meta, and you're just like, yeah, he's acting weird because of childhood trauma. I don't need to suspiciously incite my teammate who's acting weird right now because I know that he's going through mental trauma. You know, you guys kept it on the level, and a lot of groups find that hard. A lot of people are just like, how can I justify inciting them right now? It's just like, Sebastian seems more standoffish than usual. I'm going to incite him. And, you know, you guys avoided that pitfall.
I mean, what's a little, you know, we're used to trauma in this household.
It's also probably just a kudos, but I did love the combination attack on the door. Also, fucking kudos to all of us. We could take down doors. We're unstoppable.
Who needs fucking
many parties
lockpicking,
can't.
science? Fuck
You
that.
just had to become arbiter level characters to do it.
Finally.
Finn was just like, I've never even had to fight doors before. These fucking tents. What door? This is why you guys shouldn't have invented doors.
So that's gonna be it for experience. But before we go, I do want to ask, how do you guys like, or how are you guys liking these more mechanically specific encounters as far as combat is concerned?
They're cool.
Yeah.
I'm a little sad I have a little less abilities to utilize for some of these, but it's fine.
I'm sad I have abilities that I can use for them, but only some of them are, you know, useful, and all of them are too expensive to just keep changing to. No, I like it. It's just so bizarre in like the context of like the in-character version, because we're having to deal with all of these random things, but like all of our characters are so laid back about it happening. The only thing we're actually upset about is like the impact on Sebastian. Like, these things are gross, but I mean, Gehenna Forest was bad, and we've run into other gross things and other scary things before. Like, we were in the fucking prison of Noah. Fuck that noise. All these crazy effects. Magic, psychic. It happens. Shit's weird. Gehenna Forest again. And then you have this thing laughing, and Fifth was just outright like, alright, that was kind of funny. I did fall on the ceiling. So, it's weird breaking the mechanic away from, like, how casual everything's been in character. Both because we're OP, but also just the nature of this party.
The experiences we've had too.
The different mechanics to it are neat. It's a shame we can just throw a really powerful sword through things.
Yeah, unfortunately, unlike some DMs, I like to keep my worlds relatively realistic when it comes to like power scaling. These
Yeah.
psychic kids are devastating to most normal people. Not only that, but the psychic check you guys had to make earlier was pretty substantial, and the headbands, while making sense for the people here, you guys probably didn't even need them, honestly. Uh, Granted, it helps, and it will help later for sure. But
Oh no. How could that possibly come into play?
well, we got one more energy source besides this one that has
I
some
know that was
weird.
sarcastic.
I know.
You know the insane
I was pointing at the white elephant or the elephant in the room. I was acknowledging its existence. Anyway, but I'm asking more just like legitimately, like, is it fun for you guys to do these encounters where once you beat the mechanic, the enemy goes down in a shot? You know.
I mean, it is pretty cool. I like it. Like only one is like the big ass room one. Could be streamlined like a tad, so it's not like a bunch of turns of I run. But I say that, but I understand the reason it's there. Like I see the reason, so at least I don't know.
not all fights could be like the mechanic wall and then one shot, because I mean when you have characters whose builds are to eat a bunch of damage or to slog a bunch of damage, like they become inert if anybody can kill something once they get through whatever mechanic. But at the same time, you have the reverse, which is people who have really interesting abilities never really get to make an impact because they don't have insane damage that they can shit out and things like that. So having a good mix between them all is fun. And realistically, it makes sense for like all the weird different varieties of powers and like combat styles in Anima.
I also like the possibilities of like using alternative like skills for like roles. Like, for example, other people were like making an acrobatics check, and I'm just like, well, I don't have acrobatics, but I can fall with style, and so like he falls, but he does it in like a really cool way, and so this little fun things. Or even Sebastian probably could have used like a memorize of like the room instead of a navigation or something.
True. Um, it one, it's just they're psychics, and the fun part of psychics are the wide variety of abilities, but the bad part about psychics is there's only some of them that are just generally combat savvy. Because, like, the fire one doesn't have a shield, like I said. They get a wall that they can put up in your way, and that's about it.
Yeah, no, the
Uh,
getting through a mechanic and then one-shotting them absolutely makes sense for psychics who aren't exactly known for their tankiness.
Yeah.
yeah, and at least standardly, most of these kids can't take more than, like, a full-on swing from a sword. Nor were they trained to really dodge them,
No.
as you guys
I
can
mean,
tell
these
from
are like special
Sebastian.
ops, like motherfuckers. They weren't meant to be like soldiers in armor.
Well, kind of. You
Somewhat.
did run into a few that had really high armor, but their defenses, their like skill was so low that you still managed to just break through it regardless.
They're also, traumatized, experimented upon kids who have obviously had some personal decay rather than personal growth.
And I understand what you said about like streamline for this encounter. It could be not as far or anything like that.
Or just
Um,
like skill check your way to it.
but the reasons are that you guys, one, probably forget that all out defense even exists, and it's good to remind you. Two, there's other things you guys could have been doing depending on your particular builds or what you could have done. Finwith could have decided to go with a speedy build this time around. You know, I could not have foreseen Finwith deciding, I'll just hang back this time. like not with 100% accuracy anyway. 2, Sebastian could have been making tactician rolls, like when the pillars were going up, and seeing like what the plan was if he could dissect it, and then you possibly could have told Anastasia, what this possibly could have been leading to.
True.
So
Like I said, it's
there's-
I get it. It's just, at least my opinion comes from, like, I guess the mentality of, like, DM preference, because, like, if I was saying, like, if I read that encounter out of a book, I would run it slightly differently. That's what it comes down to. It's it's nothing like objectively good, objectively bad. It's just do differently. But at least I like how this is being done.
That's fair. The only reason why I'm mentioning it is also to let you guys know that there are things you can be doing right now other than just flying defensively. And also, it's just like, you guys could have all went in as a group, and then it would have just been interesting to see Alexi holding the barrier, to keep things going. This is also burning resources for you guys as well, for at least one other encounter after this, if not more. So,
which is why I'm trying not to use any Xeon, because Fenwith is like, yeah, no, the way this always goes is we run into the worst one last, and also, like, something like drew him here, or, somebody's got to be behind it. What if we run into the guy who's, like, behind the experiments? Man, I gotta absolutely tear him limb from limb in the most excruciating way possible for Sebastian. Nods to self. Need to save enough for Ignis just in case.
but I do understand, and like I said, it's just the thing is, this is a sniper build. Their only chance is to gun you guys down in this era. In fact, this is probably the most sturdy enemy you guys have fought, because it's lived more than 3 rounds of combat.
And on distance alone, because we have so much armor. And even if you get through the armor, most of us have stupid health. One of us doesn't even need, like, the vast majority of their organs.
It's true. And they can't even hit Anastasia. They've just resigned themselves to literally ice walling them rather than stonewalling them to get them from getting closer, because Anastasia, even when surprised, just turns fucking intangible and thus cannot be affected. Like,
Like I said, Anastasia is a nightmare.
Only one edgy teenager.
So it's just really interesting to see the encounters. But I do take what you guys say into consideration for the design and everything.
It's fine, even if the run takes a while, I'm entertaining myself by having Fenwith talk Alexi's fucking ear off the whole time.
And I'm honestly just having fun. So
Same.
Yeah. And
We're
players should
also
make their
mostly
own
just
fun.
we're watching Anastasia just have the fucking time of his life over there, skipping around, doing sick shit, turning into mist. Fenwith's just nattering an ear off.
Anastasia is the slipperiest character I probably have ever seen. I've never seen a character just be so untouchable.
I can turn into mist, he can teleport through shadows, he's a dodge build, and he has stupid armor when all 3 of those fail him.
Garvey
And doesn't need half of his organs. He just needs his blood, like the few ones that are necessary for oxygenating his blood and moving his blood. That's it.
Garvey was also one of those nightmare flippy people.
Well, he was just a very skilled character.
That's true.
He had like a few skills that he was very good at. Nothing crazy supernatural. The only really thing he used supernatural, because that's the only thing in the key system I understood, was
We also
teleport.
have to remember that he died before we got to this level.
Yes,
That's true.
He did.
So we never got to see fully actualized bastard Garvey in
Would
action.
have been great.
That makes me so sad hearing that. Anyway.
Man, with the Holst storyline too added on. Who knows what that was going to be.
Who knows? Unfortunately, I gotta cut it. Suzanne's gotta get to work.
Yeah.
So, thank you all so much for watching. If you have not done so already, please follow, see more amazing content like this. We're doing Cradle to Crypt every Monday at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'm also running Pathfinder 2nd Edition the next 2 days at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Those games are Whispers in the Dark and A New Slate. This will be the first session of A New Slate because I actually slept through my alarms last week and did not make the game, so my bad. I'll be awake
Very
this
professional
time.
DM.
I know. I was up really early that morning and I made 3 whole maps and then I slept. And you know how frustrating that is, putting all that fucking work in and be like, well, at least I don't have to do anything next week because I didn't run the game this week. Sigh. Anyway, thank you to my players so much for being here. I highly appreciate all of you. So with that, we're going to say goodnight. Say goodnight, everyone.
Night-night.